Hello, hello, hello. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to do the thing. I'm not gonna turn on the VTuber today. I'm too lazy. I'm gonna do this instead. Excuse me. I should have. No. Do we want to use this one? I was gonna use the other one. Yeah, like the other one. Let's use the other one. I just need to get on Fuji. Hi, hello everyone. Turn my mic up a little bit. I'm probably just not speaking loudly. um, Sorry if I'm like kind of out of it. Like I have been having problems sleeping today. So I like took a nap and then now I'm kind of awake, sort of. but yeah, holy shit, there's a lot of you. Damn, there's a lot of you here. Okay, much better. Yeah, I just had to turn up my gain. I was turning it down because I was on a call earlier. Uh, okay, chat. Already getting excited about this. So, quick disclaimer. Excuse me. I have not looked at this at all. Like this is all new to me. Based on what I saw with the Chaos releases, though, they didn't look like they showed off that much more. But I mean, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm cool with that. Um, there's a lot of it. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Okay, yeah, because I looked at well, to be fair, the Chaos one that I was interested in was like Death Guard, which had a lot, and CSM, which the only one I cared for was the Havoc Detachment, and that one was like, okay, yeah, it does exactly what I thought it would. Because all of them had like 3 stratagems, I think. I don't know how these are gonna look. Hey, Nebel. Castellans are back. They're back, kinda. Okay. Well, let's get into it. So I think you should be able to see this, right? That's my Fuji React. That is not the one I want. Eh. There it is. Alright. Holy shit, 26 pages. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like there's only the 3. Oh, okay. So are these updated? Omni, we need your ruling, Radforge or Radlord. Ooh. Thank you for the super chat. I just realized that's a super chat. I like rad lords. My lords are rad. Fuck you, buddy. um I don't understand the changes to infiltrate. Did they change infiltrators? Or do you mean the keyword? I gotta drive, but I'm listening. Don't crash. I mean, you have to run Cybernetica with Lords of the Forge to make them viable. To make the robots viable. Okay. Not a fan. Have you seen the Dark Side DLC? Of course. I'm not the biggest fan of Darktide. I think the game is kind of mid, but I'm obviously going to try to play it again. I played a lot of Darktide when it came out, and I really fucked with it, and then they like started like overcomplicating a bunch of their fucking systems. It's just kind of annoying to play the game now. It's just like, well, how do I upgrade my weapon? You know? Prepare to be disappointed. Yeah, I mean, I was carefully optimistic with anything considering us in 11th edition. I will say, my outlook on Admech has always been pretty bad, but like, given where we are at the end of the edition, I don't think it's the worst. We're still like kind of down there, but we've already had so many fixes, so I don't know. I'm a little bit more optimistic on it. I still don't like how they play, but I'm not like too doomer about it anymore, personally. Radlord with 3 infills and 3 battle played makes my ops battle shock eternally. I can't even recall. Oh no. How's it looking so far? I haven't dug in yet. I'm just chatting, just talking. So I'm thinking today we'll look at this because I don't imagine this is gonna take very long, and then I'll probably play around with some lists, and then I don't know. We'll just chat with you guys, play a game or something. Steam is doing a bullet hell sale, and I love bullet hell games, so I wanted to try some demos. They added Skitari? No way. Admech faction pack dropped? Yeah, it dropped this morning. They said they were dropping out the Imperium. They were dropping the Imperium like 2 days ago, I think. So Saf is up on Explorer now? No, shy. Wait, they make an Electro Priest attachment and Saf goes to Explorer? Shut up, Lily. No, I decided to make this a stream rather than a video because I'm in the middle of moving, right? For those of you that aren't in the Discord, I'm in the middle of moving. So I wanted to do like a breakdown of the detachments and like, you know, do the whole minis thing and yada yada yada. But like the only thing left in this apartment right now is like my PC setup, my drawer, and my bed. Everything else is basically out. So I will be moving in on Monday, and once I do that, I think we should I should get everything spun up pretty quick, and then I can try to push out a video, because I try not to go too long with that one. Seems like our only viable DP is Lords of the Forge. I am looking forward to looking at Cohort Acquisitoria or whatever the fuck. I just call it the Acquisition Cohort. It's way easier that way. What's the name of the music? It's the Pragmata OST. I think this song is called Sentinel. No, this is City Dwellers. Pragmata's so peak, man. Pragmata is like everything I love about aesthetics in games. Capcom knows how to fucking get that like sci-fi shit right on the dot. It reminds me, it's like a combination of Vanquish and Dead Space, but like with the cool ass techno music. I used to listen to techno like this back when I was in high school, so I really like, it's really nostalgic for me. It reminds me of like old Mega Man ZX and Mega Man Zero OSTs with like that crunchy fucking synth. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so good. I was very upset to see how ill or little Castellans are supported until they update the list. Cybernetic Horde, it's pretty much dead. It seems like a lot of detachment rulings need to get updated, cause like we're still on what's the name of this shit? Skitari Hunter Cohort is still kind of like a dud of a rule. So hello Blue. They made Halo boring? No shot. They touched Halo? Of course they fucking did, man. God damn it. I knew Halo was gonna get fucking cut, man. I knew they were gonna do something to it. I mean, the Maniple one with more detection is cool. The problem I have with that is that it's +3 detection, which is kind of fucking nothing, to be honest. like, okay, you go from, because I've been kind of out of the loop. Didn't they change hidden so that it's 15, but you can get +3 by using like a go to ground rule or something like that? So like, if that is the case, then you're just going to 15. Like, that still sucks. You know what I mean? Not that hidden is like a particularly relevant mechanic from what I've seen, but I have to look into rulings a bit more. The thing is, I don't want to like dig into rules too much because I don't want to confuse myself. Like, I'd rather just like all the rules come out and then I read it and I'm like, okay, got it. Rather than like people on the internet being like, no, it goes this way, it goes that way, yada yada yada. All 10 Imperium agent players in shambles. I mean, the Maniple one with more detection is cool. Oh, I already read that. Feel you, best of luck in the Omnisci. Bless you with the greatest of efficiency. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good stream. Let's see what we have. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with chat before I just start ignoring you guys. Acquisition. I'm gonna play Pragmatus with my GF to psyop her into wanting kids. The robot child. Acquisition Cohort is not very exciting, though. Okay. I was hoping for something a little bit better. I would much rather run Skitarian's Cohort Lords at this point. I just really don't want to do that, personally. They need an FAQ Red Zone Bombardment. They didn't touch it. They just made it cost too much. Okay. My faction packs haven't dropped. Have they already looked over them? The NIDS one dropped already. Did they do anything to Halo? Didn't see anything. We're about to. Huh? Sorry, I know. I'm running through chat. I think Cybernetica Acquisitus might be our best option in 11th. I wonder how Cybernetica... Is it still the same with, like, the whole stratagems at the beginning of the command phase? Because that would kind of blow. Considering that it's like one stratagem per phase per unit. I think I've already built an Admech army, so fuck it, we ride even if they're bad. Yeah, that's basically where I was at most of the last edition. Medicare Assassin gives himself +15 detection, ignores lone op, could be spicy. That is cool. If only other snipers could do that. Furyman, thank you. Distraction super chat. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Halo costs too much, sorry. Okay. Greetings from DK. Hope your move went well. I play Admech with mechanic and homebrew rules gathered for Reddit. I hope I can fit the rules into 11. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully they can do something about it. I don't like doing homebrew because it kind of like it owns a lot of it like invites a lot of space for like arguments personally. So, but as long as you're enjoying it, you know. Nearly 100 people in chat. Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. I was like, this is just gonna be a short little stream. You know, tide everyone over while I'm still moving. Discord is high on Radzone and Lords of the Forge right now. Okay, let's look at Radzone. Cybernetica Forge Masters. It seems like Forge is the best. Yeah. I wonder what else they revealed on it because the rules that they already revealed in that short preview looked insane. So I'm on the verge of collecting a different army. For now, I'm playing other games like Dropfleet to hopefully ride it out. Yeah, I mean, like, last edition, like, even though I was doing a lot of Admech content, I wasn't playing a lot of Admech. I brought them to a lot of GTs, but for the most part, when I was, like, just playing for fun, I was playing a lot of Chaos. So, hey, Omni, I'm building miniatures as a hobby for a while, and I'd like to start on an army list. I have 4 Castellans already, or 2 unique heroes, and combat patrol. What would you recommend I get? My grammar isn't very good. I don't usually write much in English. I'm from Mexico. Oh, you speak to me in Spanish. I can speak Spanish. Cogete un poquito de infiltrators. Ellos son buen. Los infiltrators son like they're the best unit, bro. Yeah. Pero los infiltrators o los road stalkers. Coge los dos. Que ellos son bien. Radzone hype, Radzone gun. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Okay, this is the one I was the most excited for personally. There's just something that like in my brain that was like, oh, I don't know, maybe we could make this one work. Como hablo español, yo soy de Ecuador, por eso. And you gang rise up. I just want the funny long length van to be good. That's protectionless have got huge. I don't like playing protector though personally. All right, so the music isn't drowning me out, is it? I think it's okay. I've been playing Cybernetica Cohort since the start. Lord of the Forge seems like a great addition to it. Okay. I do like playing Psycho. I played a couple of Psycho Protection lists, and they're okay. Just not my favorite playstyle. I have Italian privilege, and I understand Spanish without saying it. Yeah, when I was learning Italian, everyone was like, oh, it's not fair because you can, like, it's so easy for you to learn. And I was like, not really, because, like, speaking Italian numbers is really difficult because I keep mixing them up with Spanish ones. Like, it's uno, due, tres? Not tres. Quattro. Is it an cinque? I don't know. I haven't spoken Italian in a very long time. Io non parlo italiano molto bene. There you go. Megos has a Duolingo implant. I speak a little bit of Japanese too when I was practicing Japanese. I used to speak Korean, but then I totally forgot it when I moved out of Korea. Anyone heard of the rules for we were the 2 like non-whites in our high school? True. No, there was a lot. Anyone heard the rules for taking multiple enhancements with support leaders? Because yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how supports work. I don't think they've ever really clarified that. Okay, so friendly Taraxian infiltrators, rangers, Cerberus raiders, Cerberus sulfur hounds have the recon augury. Yeah. So this is the thing I don't like. It's yes, you can scan everything, and that's kind of why I like it, because I'm like, oh, you know, these guys are going to get within 12. That's obviously what they like to do. But +3 detection range, like, I almost kind of wish that, like, if you, like, there was, like, a spotter mechanic, because this is kind of how it works, but, like, +3 does nothing, man. Like, 15 to 18 is, like, okay. Like, your score pieces aren't in range. It puts your Onager Doom Crawlers in focused ERAD range, but like right at the tip. And then obviously auto cannon, like Last Chickens, you know, they're trying not to be within 15. Like you shouldn't have those things within 15. 15 or 18 for that matter. You should have them at least 24. So I don't know. +3 seems really weak. That's the I don't know how I feel about it. Like I said, granted you can do it everywhere, because I think I was looking at like Tau, and they have an enhancement that gives them up to +6, but that's like just one ghost kill, right? This is like all your trash units that you're already gonna take anyway. So you essentially, like, the way I read this rule is like, as long as you have these guys on the field, you have +3 detection range permanently. That's the way I see it. I find Cohort really boring. Which Cohort? There's like 3 of them. I'm assuming you're talking about Psycho, which, yeah, it can be. I have really bad experience with disintegrators. Every single time I run them, they never do damage, and I fucking hate it. I mean, every Italian kind of understands Spanish. Yeah, and I understand quite a bit of Italian. Our faction pack has no changes. I don't think so. That can't be right. Well, they're not changing a lot of like prior detachments. I think Admech, they might have changed a couple, but It's funny because we have some guests who are speaking Italian. I did not notice it's Italian until they said they were from... We have like 3 or 4 cohorts. Yeah, not really exciting. Last chickens aren't shooting things and hidden most of the time anyways. They want big targets. Well, considering that everyone's kind of high on auto cannons right now, they are shooting at infantry. Like, you do like strength 9 -1 AP flat 3. That's like the perfect Vitrix card killer. You know what I mean? So yes, they can shoot into smaller chassis, but I think you still want to shoot auto cannons into infantry. I think that's kind of what they're meant for, like Terminator bodies and stuff like that. AOS cog forwards. Those things are sick, man. I fucking love them. I thought about buying one. Flat 3 kills termies. Yeah, exactly. It's the same reason why I really like the Onager Doomcrawler Erad Beamer. It like wipes them, dude. It pushes them to invuln and does 3 damage, and it scales because most Terminators are bodies of 5s. It's so good against them. Like, I had a he's a really good creator. His name is Glacial Geek. I faced him in RMO. Go check out his channel. And he deep striked 10 Wolfguard Terminators, and I killed like 5 of them in one shooting activation. with just one Onager Doomcrawler. No rerolls or anything. Shut up, Lily. T1 Rapid Ingress Archaeocopter could be fun. I need to look at the Ingress rules. I've seen a lot of people in the Admech Discord like disputing it. Is Erad cohort really worth 3? I don't think it's great, but it's pretty decent, I feel. Oh, does it say here how much they're worth? No, I think it's in the other document, isn't it? I'll have to check out that document. I think we should probably look into that actually, like right now, though, so we can get a better idea of stuff. That's a good point. Isn't it like... Yeah, here it is. Okay. Cohort Acquisitus Reconnaissance. That seems right. 1 DP. Lords of the Forge Priority Assets. Priority... That's good. Because that's the one that you kind of want to do like a mix of actions and movement. And holding. Which I think that Detachment does really well. Disruption on Lumen Autoquire. What? What? Cybernetica cohort take and hold. That is good. That's good. I haven't looked at too many of the primary missions, but I kind of understand how the dispositions play. Why are they making the Electro Priest disruption? I feel like they're like Electro Priest try to kill as much as possible. Erad cohort purge makes sense. 3DP for Erad? No shot. I don't feel like Erad is even that good. I know I'm like an Erad hater. Like, I don't think it's 3DP. I ended up doing more damage to the Stubbers than the Disintegrator. Exactly, yeah. Warcom article, yeah. Erad 3 is BS. Yeah. No surprise except Erad 3. Given our battle line is stronger with ignore cover, the Night Admech Detachment would be pretty good in a way. Well, that's a Night Army, though. You're not, like, playing Admech in terms of, like, rules, you know? Considering you were down here, like, once... Oh, I finished my Legacy deck. You should get into 40k, like, actually 40k. Thoughts on Eradication being 3DP? Yeah, it's weird. I thought it would be 2DP. I'm dying inside, yeah. Yeah, 3 is crazy, dude. Because, like... The problem that I have with it is that, like, I've made this point before. I think that that detachment rule basically says re-roll ones of whatever, right? Whatever thing you're playing. Like, that's it. That's the rule. But, like, if you look at other armies like Tyranids and Subterranean Assault, they get, like, the re-roll and then something else on top of it. You know what I mean? And same with like Drukhari and Reaper's Wager. I think they re-roll once to wound. And then they get, like, the whole thing of, like, getting +1 to wound or whatever it is when they're doing the wager. It's just, like I feel like something's missing. You only get, like, it's weird because I've already complained that, like, the army rule is only you're ever using half of it because you're not really switching between that much. Because, like, just in the premise of list building, you're really just leaning towards one doctrine or the other. You're never really changing too much. Not saying that you don't, but... And then I kind of feel the same way about Eradication cohort. It's like you have an army rule or a detachment rule that you only ever use half of, but they, like, value it so highly. I don't get it. I don't know. Explorator is 2 DP. That's fucking pathetic, dude. Wow. Did they change it at all? They should have. That should have been a rewrite, honestly. Like they did with, like, Experimental Cadre, which rip. That thing looked cool as fuck until they butchered it. Sub-Assault did go to 3DP, to be fair. I mean, fair, because it has a good rule. I mean, this went to 3DP as well, but it's like half of a detachment rule. We buff stack Omni, that's our problem. Yeah, but like, even then, it's like, reroll ones is not like, it's good. I'm not saying it's bad, but I feel like in an edition where like you're gonna be hitting on 5s, especially outside of Protector, that the hit roll of 1 should really go to Conquer. Glad it's not just me that cohort was 3DP. Protection, I think, was reroll 1s to hit, and Conquer rerolls. Yeah. I was talking about like other detachments like Drukhari's. Sus lethal strat for 10 Skystalkers and Erad is kind of nice. So here's the thing. I think that Erad's detachment rule is okay, but the strats are pretty good. That said, I don't think it like beats out Halo, man. I mean, apparently they butchered Halo. We'll look into that. But I don't think it beats Halo. I don't think it beats Halo at all. So, hello, oh man, seeing all the mistakes of this update is funny. I haven't seen too many of them yet. So I think they made Erad 3 because the abilities are fairly good. I feel like the enhancements suck dick. Like, sorry. They kind of do. And the detachment rule is like okay at best. It's all stratagems, but that's the problem, is the fact that like we don't have stratagem or CP generation. So like, and if I remember correctly, they have removed recycling orders, right? Like, not removed, but you only do it once per game to like bank on a CP. Isn't that right? When you discard at the end of your movement phase? Or was it that you can only get new orders once? I don't remember. But one of those rules got limited. Meanwhile, Skitarii Hunter cohort is 2DP. I think that makes sense. Skitarii Hunter cohort needed to be 2. It's strong in a way that isn't like... It puts more of the emphasis on you as a player than against your opponent and tabling them, if that makes sense. Hold on, we got a bot. Get out of my chat, mister. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with chat in a little bit because I feel like I'm not looking at this. Okay, so Explorer Dispensation. Skitarii Martial model only has Infiltrator. Can he lead Infiltrators? Because this is fucking worthless. What? Oh, well, hold on. Can't you give redeploy in Skitarii Hunter cohort, right? With clandestine infiltrators? No, because that thing gives him scout and infiltrator anyway. Yeah, what? I'm gonna keep this in mind. As of now, it looks like shit. Lone Operative 15, this looks good. I do like this a lot, actually. So yeah, it's just three stratagems. Okay. The ignores cover one. I think this one is gonna be fucking awesome. I think this is gonna be cracked with autocannons, because you can get up to like if you're playing a protector list, you'll be shooting on 3s, or shooting on 3s ignoring cover, so you're not hitting on 4s if something is in there. And like I said, autocannons ideally want to hit infantry. You can now keep cards now to score the other turns. It's just limited. Yeah. That's my understanding too. Ruststalkers being hidden with reroll once to wound sounds nice. I guess. Yeah, I like Ruststalkers a lot in Erad cohort because they hit on 3s, wound on 3s, always, rerolling 1s, which is nice. Keep Thulia to 210, but give her a 1 CP under command phase. Yes, bro. I've been saying that. They should absolutely do that. He gives the unit infiltrators. Oh, yeah, you're right. I saw a model and I was like, huh? Enhancement, though. So it's an enhancement, so only one can get infiltrator. Do you want to infiltrate your Skitarii? Oh, you know what? You can infiltrate... You can infiltrate Fusiliers. That's not bad. Infiltrating exterminators. I feel like they want the wound reroll from a boat, though. What did they do to Halo Screen? No idea yet. Oh, come on, man. Alone at One Worlds. I think it's good. I think Skitarii Hunter cohort's good. I think the fact that it's 2 is like... Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't think it's like... It's less so that Skitarii Hunter cohort is 2. It's more that ERAD is 3. Like, that is crazy to me. You can infiltrate exterminators too. I'm less excited about that. I think I like having a threat of hidden las cannons in a ruin and be like, I dare you to push up. The sneaky las cannons, yeah. Let's see. Start of your opponent's movement phase, one friendly unengaged recon augury unit. Your unit has -3 detection range until the end of the turn. I guess. It's very reactive. Oh, start of your opponent's movement phase. Ugh. That sucks. Because you'd be like, oh, you can move a max of 6. Okay. That puts you within detection. I'll use this so my 10 break of infiltrators is safe. And they're like, oh, I'm going to like advance and shoot. And you're like, okay, well, there goes my CP. I feel like end would have been a lot better. Tyrant's cohort was nerfed anyway because of cover and stealth changes. Yeah. That's true. That is true. I think that does warrant it being a 2DP. The fact that it got like lost half of its durability basically. What does Infiltrator do again? You get to put it anywhere on the battlefield that's just 9 inches away from a pre-existing enemy unit or a deployment zone. All of our Purge the Foe options are 3DP. That's a consistent trend. Yeah, I noticed that. Which kind of sucks though, because that means like you can't take any of the new detachments if you're playing Purge. You can't be like, oh, I want to take a 2DP and a 1DP and play Purge. You can't do that. Is that right? Yeah, because it's Purge. So you can't... None of the 2 1DP combos can give you Purge. Clandestine in reposition. Enter your opponent's fight phase. One unengaged infiltrator tracks a unit can be placed into strategic reserves. So just the worst version of program withdrawal from SHC. Not gonna lie, I was excited for this. I am no longer excited for it. I don't know about this. This heavily relies on how good of a mechanic hidden actually is, and I haven't played any games to make that determination. I don't think you ever run this with Skitarii Hunter cohort though. Because like Skitarii Hunter cohort just does like all of this but better. You know what I mean? This is like mini Hunter cohort basically. Can models charge a hidden unit? My understanding is that you have to be able to see a hidden unit. Well, you have to be within 12 to charge, and the hidden is 15, so yeah, you'd be able to charge. Think of it like the... Oh wait, hold on. Did you send something on? It forces commitment. Think of like the Cyber Canids upgrade. Yeah, I know. I know that it does, and you kind of don't... The problem that I have with it is that it's CP intensive. Not like 2 CP, but like, you know... I feel like you can be doing this a lot better. I would much rather put points into Cyber Canids than I would use this on like an infiltrator brick. You know what I mean? Unless it like absolutely saves them. Like if I know they didn't have advance and shoot, and then like this would break them out of line of sight, then yes, this is solid. But you'd have to be like super proactive about it because it's the start of your opponent's movement phase. So you can't like reactively do this to protect yourself. So infiltrate is a new deep strike, right? No. So when you deploy, you can just put them in anywhere. Deep strike is during the game. Stealth is -1 to hit, but benefit of cover is -1 to BS. Yeah. I mean, I know I ain't making an 18-inch charge. So yeah. Yeah, kind of disappointing. I agree. With playing a little more than Halo. Yeah, well, I don't know. Lords is kind of cracked. Next one is fantastic, and then the Electro Priest is just dog shit. That's what I figured, yeah. It's kind of shaping up to be exactly what I thought it was going to be. Objectively false by GW self stating that stealth just gives the benefit of cover in the open. Yeah. Stealth only gives the benefit of cover now. You don't get anything from Skitarii Hunter cohort past that. Do we know if any of these enhancements cost points? They should, yeah. We just don't have them yet. My immediate reaction has been the Skitarii and Electro Priest 1DP detachment stuck with the Skitarii and Electro Priest 2DP detachments because they don't expand our force disposition. Yeah. So why not run... Yeah, so that's the biggest problem is... So why not run Lords of the Forge? It's too good. So we've already seen this. 5+ Feel No Pain, 4+ Invuln Save. And then the hidden on a 2+ being prevented or Battle Shock. Which I think It's so stacked, man. This is so good. Like, I kind of wish that it wasn't as good and they put some of the good stuff into the other detachments. I feel like a lot of the people kind of have this perception that, like, if you think that something is trash, it's because you can't, like, basically be overpowered with it. But I'm just like, no, but these are just, like, so underpowered. That's the problem. They're not even good. You know what I mean? Like, we're not even reaching, like, a 5 out of 10 average level. Like, most of them are just 3s. And then you have one that is just a 9, and it's like, okay, so then why not just run it? You know what I mean? Because, like, you can kind of get away with running something like Erad versus Halo. Like, it is viable. I'm not saying that it's not. I just don't prefer it. But some of these are just like, okay. I just want the Lords of the Forge for the Castellan buff. Yeah, let me look into that, because apparently there's a Castellan buff. So I'm assuming it's this one, Wafers of Dynamism. Cybernetic or Datasmith only. Okay, at the start of the first battle round, if this unit is an attached unit, it has mobile until the end of the battle. Wait. Wait. Holy shit. You can't run it with Halo and give them advance and charge. That is so fucking tragic, dude. Oh my god. That fucking sucks. You could run it in Cybernetica and use Motive Imperative to give them 11-inch move, which is really good. Who needs advance and charge when you move 11, I guess. So one thing that I'm kind of worried about, because I said this in the video of 11th edition changes, I didn't think they were going to keep any way to lock yourself out of combat, but if you're running a 4-man squad of Castellans, you can easily be out of 2 inches, which is kind of concerning. Are they on 50s or 60s? I don't remember. Wikipedia. If they're on 50s, it's probably a little bit easier. If they're on 60s, you might lose attacks. They're on 60s. Ugh. Yeah, you really gotta make a good charge. Because you can block yourself out of combat if the unit isn't big enough. Yeah, but Psycho with this is really good. No need for advanced charge when you can delete their biggest weakness. I mean, yeah. But if they're, like, kind of, like, if there's, like, a Riptide way in the back and you need to get to it, you know. Walls, what's their biggest weakness? 100%, yeah. 60 mil. Halo got hurt by 3 in Purge, yeah. 60 is a little concerning, but I think you can make it work. Yeah, I was hoping they would have another enhancement for a gun, because I kind of like the idea of, like, Lords of the Forge being like, yeah, just kit out your Tech Priest however you want. Give him a big gun or a big axe or 2 little guns, something like that. Okay, in your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase, when the enemy unit targets a friendly Tech Priest unit that is within range of an objective. Okay, that Tech Priest unit attacks that target you have -1 AP until the enemy unit has attack. Wow, so you just get Armor of Contempt on Tech Priests. Holy shit. Dude, this this attachment is cracked. Yeah, action. Wait. Movement phase, when a friendly Tech Priest unit has been selected to make a fallback move, does not prevent you being eligible to shoot. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. You got fallback, shoot, and charge. And you, this thing is crazy. Yeah, because you can, like, try to force yourself back into a 2+, 3+ save. Oh no, a detachment that generates my paper electro priest after they start. Yeah, that is so stupid. After you fought. Come on now. With lords, I think the fact that it brings up every 2 DP detachment is good. Lets it challenge Halo. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I really don't think E-Red should be 3 though. I really don't. I don't know who the fuck thought that E-Red should be 3. Is there other armies that have 2-3 detachments? I think World Eater's the only one that was 3 was like Berserker Warband, and then Death Guard was Virulent Victorium, and then Grand Coven I think was Thousand Suns, and Chaos was Packbound. I don't think any other army has 3 DP, huh? Well, Space, okay. Yeah, of course. Most have two detachments that are 3 DP, really? Okay. Maybe I'm wrong then. Let's see. So the reroll, hit rolls, and wound roll. Yeah, they talked about this one on the stream, not on the when they did the previews. Necron Guard. Okay, so it seems like okay. Maybe I was wrong. You do this in Halo, right? Unless they took it away, but you can do this in Halo. So I don't know how I feel about that. Wait, within range of an objective. Yeah, wait, this is just worse. Wait, this sucks. Is it 5+ invuln if it's being led by a priest? Did I get that wrong? I don't know. I don't use these guys very much. No, if it's oh, I confused the Feel No Pain for it's Feel No Pain 5 turns to 4, not invuln 5 turns to 4. That's my bad. Omni, they didn't touch Halo. They made a 3DP, so you can't have fun. I mean, that's fine. I have fun with Halo anyway. So then we have this one. Electro Priests. Wait. Electro Priest Battleclade unit? I'm assuming it's Electro Priest / Battleclade. Even though it says that Electro Priest's unit. What? That move does not prevent you from being eligible to declare a charge. Okay, so advance in charge. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it seems it's advance in charge. Got it. And then the surge move, yeah. Okay. So my understanding is there's no changes here, right? It still looks the same. Amazing QA. Yeah, no, honestly, right? Crazy how some shitter in the middle of a fucking shitter in the middle of YouTube, you can fucking find these mistakes, but somebody getting paid probably triple my income it doesn't find it. I'm 99% sure these are going to be fixed and corrected. The fact that Explorator's 2DP is it's so fucking retarded. God damn it. GW, what the fuck, man? Only changes for the 8-inch reactive stuff? Yeah, no changes. Yeah. Hopefully they change this bitch. She costs too much. What is this? Changes have been highlighted in red. Okay. I don't know what this whole hover aircraft shit is. I need to look into it. I don't really understand the new air. I don't really care for aircraft, so I don't understand the new rules. I did back when like bombers were the bomb rack was fucking crazy. What is this? At the end of the opponent's fight phase, like at the end of the fight phase, within 24 inches. How are you bombing something within 24 inches? Roll 6 on a foot. Wow, that sucks. This sucks. That sucks a lot, actually. Rusties are back to 1 damage? Huh? Where's that at? Are these changes? Because it says highlighted in red, right? Changes applied after the first iteration. Oh, will be. Okay, wait, so these are valid then. Okay, hold on. They haven't been highlighted yet on me. Yeah, I just got that. I just got will be highlighted in red if there's changes. That's so stupid. There are changes, GW. There are changes. Why don't you just highlight them in red? It turns out the last time this faction pack was updated was all this. What? Okay. Wow. Yo, the Brits, man. They are interesting. It's 2 step backwards, 1 step back, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back with these guys. Remember when they like didn't have the point changes in red and green? It's like, guys. Okay. Protector, ranged or heavy. Yep, improve ballistic skill by 1. Yep. Each time a melee. Yep, still battle line. Assault. Weapon skill. Improve armor pen. Okay. I keep seeing battle line as battle clade, and I like my eyes lit up for a second, and I was like, wait, no, never mind. Add +2 to the movement of Legio Cybernetica units. Yep, which is stupid. They have to change this fucking detachment, dude. It's so bad. Now the detachment itself isn't bad, but like the fact that Legio Cybernetica is literally 2 models is stupid as shit. If we go off this, robots have lost the army rule. Have they? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I think everything would be, yeah. You can turn 1 disembark after deep strike with Transfector now. Okay. Yeah, because it's a aircraft, quote unquote. Casino cannon is back to Susty 3. Yeah, if we follow this, yeah. Well, no, because I think that would be part of the balanced data slate changes, wouldn't it? The fact, well, see, that's the confusing part. Is like, do you go off of this or do you go off of the balanced data slate? I don't know how they did the separation of like this faction packs and patch notes. Skitari Marshal loses leader, adds support. Techno-archaeologist removes leader, adds support. Okay, so I'm assuming that then you can take a Marshal. Wait, what? What does that matter? Because Marshal, if support, I think means like it's kind of like a Master of Executions. Like you can have a Chaos Lord and a Master of Executions, right? So like you can have a Skitari Marshal and a Techno, I guess. Well, no, because Tech Priest can lead Skitari. I don't know why you would. Okay, yeah, I think it's just a bunch of nothing. I don't think that literally matters at all. There's a lot of missing from the faction packs. I think they just fucked up. Supports can't go solo. What? You can't solo a Techno anymore? The fuck's the point? What? Oh, cool. If I want to screen you up by 12, I have to pay 85 points on top of the fucking Techno. That is so stupid. That's like literally the point. Okay, cool. I guess Scatros is your new deep strike screener. Because I'm not paying fucking 35 plus a Skitari squad to screen out 12. At that point, just use a Skitari squad. And then just do like a 9-inch max coherency bubble. Why even take a Techno? Cool, so one of our leaders just dies. One of our leaders just fucking sucks now. Well, the Manipulus can give lethals and the Marshal can get you hit rerolls. Yeah, but the Marshal can only ever lead Skitari. If you're giving lethals to your Skitari, it's like, okay, I guess. Sure. Or you just play Rad Zone and just use lethal injection. Or lethal dosage. What do you mean you don't want to waste a bunch of points to add a Dominus as Skitari Marshal? Techno with the new big gun attachment? Yeah, but just give it to another Tech Priest. Like, I mean, I know that some people have been saying, like, maybe you just get a Marshal and then a Techno and then a Histari Fusilier squad, so you have, like, 5 last cannons and then one big, like, Strength 11 one. But I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. I mean, I didn't say good, just that you can. Also true. So there's a lot of people saying in chat that Rad Zone plus Lords. What is your rationale behind that? Because I've never really been too high on Rad Zone, and people are saying, and maybe you guys see something that I don't. But like Sus 1 on Exterminators, it's cute, but I don't think it's great. Hover. While you guys start roasting me, I'm gonna keep reading. Change movement to 14, remove aircraft, transvector, okay. Change movement in OC. Change movement so it's blank? What? Wait, your Fuselage and your Stratoraptor don't have movement? Huh? Am I missing something? The point stuff is next week. Rad Zone fun. I don't even know what Rad Zone does anymore. I don't think it does anything that really necessarily like pushes Lords of the Forge or vice versa. Lords pushing Rad Zone to something incredible, personally. Yeah, I don't know. Why did, I guess Fuselages and Stratoraptors don't move anymore. Interesting. This sucks. Not a fan. Really should be D3, in my opinion. Just a humble opinion. If you have a 50-50% chance of making 6, I feel like D3 is fair. Especially on a bomber. In your first movement phase, this can make an ingress move. Okay. Call. Change to 8. Canticles. Reroll. Hit roll. Yup. Aura. I1. Yup. Stealth. Yup. This could be kind of annoying this edition. Maybe. I don't know. Solar Atomizer. Change the attack to 3 and the damage to D6. Yep. Wait. No, wrong. What? I thought it was flat 3 or flat 4, isn't it? Oh no, it is flat. No, the Melta is flat 3. Oops. I never shoot it outside of Melta, so I always assume it's flat 3 plus D6. Planes just come in during ingress and have to leave at ending the opponent's turn. Oh, that flyover thing, right? Battle Shock doesn't fade after round 1. One round. So that's the weird part, is the way that the rules for Rad Zone is written, it does go away. It's like a special type of Battle Shock. At least for the first bombardment. Aircraft can only enter and leave the board, I think, yeah. It's distract combos and Battle Shock shenanigans. No, I feel like if you're putting your bets on Battle Shocks, it's not the best. Sus Enchantment is also fun. Yeah, but on what? It's also probably best 2DP now that SSG got gutted. That's a fair point. That is a valid point. Like I said, they need FAQ Red Zone. Yeah. Red Zone is just a degenerate gambler detachment. I've done 20 mortal wounds and have my opponents fully battle shot. You will attach a servitor, assign wounds to the Seer Priest with Lords of Forge buff. Once it dies, it still contains Attack Priest, and you don't lose the servitor ability. You have to assign wounds to the Seer Tech Priest with the Lords of the Forge ability. Oh. Yeah, you would assign the bigger wounds into him, yeah. But you would want to kill your shitters first because you want to keep a 4-up. Breacher's Sus 1 is really fun, really funny. It depends on... Well, Breachers have gotten a lot worse because of their Overwatch changes, so... I don't know. So some Breachers probably. I don't feel like Breachers need it, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like Breachers just delete everything in front of them with or without sustain. It's really the rerolls that make them pop off. I'm not betting on Battle Shocks, I'm betting on -3 Battle Shocks with my infills. -3. How are you getting to -3? -2, and then... Is Rad Zone's default Battle Shock -1? It's been a minute, so... Yeah, I got the Seer and Tech Priestess Bodyguard after. Yeah. Let's see. Erad Beamer changed to 3d3 and strength 10. Yep. Well, that's the. I'm assuming that's the focus profile is what they're talking about. D6 plus 2. Yep. 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 Okay, so Onager's the same. 4 for las or 4 for autos, 2 for las. Yep. Tactical Oblique, 8 inches. Yep. Still not a fan of D6, but it is what it is. Power weapon attack 4. Taser go 3-1. Yep. 5 to 5. Blades attacks 5, strength 5. Yep. Razors attack 3, strength 5. Yep. D6 plus 1. It's so crazy that it used to not be D6 plus 1. Cybernetic leaders. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It literally doesn't change anything. Okay. Yeah, so not a lot of changes really. This is all legends. Interesting. Yeah, this. I think this is the biggest change. This is stupid. This is very, very dumb, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Isn't the rule -1? I don't think it is. Although the Forge, Servitor Underseers can also hand out ballistic skill to vehicles, which is also fun. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think the rule is just -1 mortal wound and BS test. Yes, -2 from buffed infills, -1 from Forge of the Battle Shock. Yeah, but they don't stack, is my understanding. Infiltrator, where are you? Oh, no, they do. Oh yes, because that's right. The minus to battle shock is within 6, but the force of the actual test is an engagement. Yes. So if your infiltrators are within 6, it would be -3. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was at the start of the fight phase, battle shock test at -1, -2 if they're within 6 inches. I didn't realize it was an aura. I might have misplayed that a couple times then. I probably should have had more battle shocks everywhere else. Yes, it does stack. You're right. I thought it was within engagement range, which I was like, then it wouldn't stack because it would be in the movement phase, the first battle shock from Lords of the Forge, and then in the fight phase, the battle shock separate in the fight phase, right? But no, it's at any time. Okay. I am properly whelmed, I would say. I think Lords is cracked. I think I'm disappointed that this one didn't end up being as good as I thought it would be, the acquisition. But that can also change. It depends on how good Hidden is. Because I can see them making changes to Hidden. It's a really big like bust mechanic. Like it's either good or it just doesn't do anything. And like I don't know, because GW, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they will actually try to implement Hidden. But they also tried to do the whole battle line thing back in Pariah Nexus, and they quickly abandoned the shit out of that, which sucks because my hypothesis is that we got stuck with the battle line rule because that's when our army rule got rewritten, and they were like, oh, battle line is so important, battle line, and then they were like, actually, this shit sucks, we're gonna move away from it. Good luck, Admech. Since we rewrote your rule during that era of the game, you're just stuck with it forever now, because it never used to be tied to our battle line. Our old army rule was attached to movement or to positions of detachment zone or not, or deployment zone or not deployment zone. That's why my theory is that they did that, and then they were kind of like, well, we're not going to rewrite their army rule again, we're just going to have to bite the bullet. So this mechanic, I think that they've written a bunch of detachments around it that they can't ignore it anymore, so they're going to have to play around this the entirety of 11th edition. That's my guess. Yeah, definitely feels like a downgrade, hoping we get a couple of unit buffs to balance things out. I think that's probably what Admech needs the most right now, is just like unit buffs. I think that detachments, like they would be nice, but the thing that I was looking forward to the most was a rewrite of Explorator, and I don't know, maybe Rad Zone, but they obviously didn't do that shit. They obviously didn't do that. This is like, really GW. Honestly, like, you didn't even have to rewrite this thing. Just give it 1 DP and call it a day, dude. I still probably wouldn't play it. But, like, at least it opens something up. Are we fucking kidding, too? Come on, man. Come on. Not caring about the 1 in 1,000 chance for something to get battle shocked. I think that battle shock is a lot better, but I still don't think that you should rely on it. Like, it's part of the reason why I think like a detachment like a Nightmare Hunt works better, because they force multiple checks. Ours is still like a, oh, you have -2, and it's like, yeah, but you can still pass that, and it's once. But like Nightmare Hunt is like, you're shocked, you're shocked, you're shocked. You know what I mean? We don't force as many. We just make that modifier a little bit heavier than normal. But then again, you have to be, you know, Skitarii within 6 inches of your infiltrators, who are usually halfway up the board anyway. And if your Skitarii are halfway up the board, they're probably going to die. And if you die, then you lose a third of your army rule, which fucking sucks, you know? It's like, that's another thing too. Once they reveal the coherency rules, I think that Admech is going to have to... I feel like Admech got nerfed in the screening game, like heavily. Because now that Technos have to be taken with Lords, because that's what I was going to do, was I was going to just be like, okay, well, now that there's 9-inch coherency, if I want to screen out my backfield, I want to have Technos, right? Because they can do a 12-inch screen. But now they have to be taken with Skitarii because they're support. So it's like, okay, so now I think you just have to take 3 Skitarii squads, personally. I could be wrong, right? I don't want to say that's like gospel. But based on what I've seen, not playing a game of 11th yet, I feel like you need to take 3. Because you can't spread them out anymore. You can't do the conga line, which is like, unfortunately, the best way to spread our buff, right? Like, I don't like conga lining things either, but if there's a thing where your units have to be within 6 inches of each other, that's the best way to do it, right? But now you can't. So, what do? I think you have to take 3 now, which is what, 200 points starting of your army that have to be battle line. It's like, okay, cool. I guess my opponent will take 3 eradicators and just have 1 assault intercessor squad, and I'll just get dicked because I have to pay a tax. Man, that army rule change cannot come any faster, bro. I'm so sick of fucking battle line. Not that I wouldn't run Skitarii. Like, Skitarii are good, but like, I don't want to have to run them. You know what I mean? Nor do I want to have them in coherency all the fucking time. Like, that, for me, that isn't like riveting gameplay. Like, I'm not like, oh, I feel like I'm, you know, really, I don't know, outplaying my opponent and like stacking buffs. Like, that doesn't feel, it feels like a chore more than it does a benefit. You know what I mean? And I think that's because the data sheets themselves are kind of underwhelming, and they rely on that. Like, the idea is that your data sheets are at like 50% and your army rule brings them to like 80, where I feel like an army rule that prioritizes your movement and taxes your army list should be, your units are at 100 and this buff is putting them at 120 or something. You know what I mean? It feels like you're only doing these things to get them to a level that is normal to everyone else, and that's what I don't like about the army rule. So I don't think like you're doing like a cool little thing. I think you're just kind of trying to make sure that your army doesn't fucking fall apart. It's basically like duct taping something together rather than saying like, oh, I'm hard welding like these things together to make it work better. Techno not being solo hurts a lot. Yeah, I think it does. I think it hurts a lot. Maybe we ain't playing as aggressively as we should. I think Admech was playing like super aggressively in the past. We were just conquer, you know, 30 infiltrate or 30 rust stock maxing not too long ago. Like, there, like, what was it? The data slate that Call got the rerolls was the same data slate where like Admech was one of the best melee factions. Finally, I've been waiting for 11th edition rules just to make a list. I'm going to rewind and watch this whole thing. I am about to probably open up and start making some test lists. So if you want to stick around for that. 9-inch bubble is going to hurt so bad. Yes, it's going to suck. Because right now, if you have 2-inch coherency with a 10-man brick that you conga line out, that is covering 20 inches of the board, and then an additional 6 in every direction, but now you just have a blob in the middle. So your range is only 18, but it's 18 within a circle, not within a line. So ideally, the max range you can get from one end of one Skitarii at the end to the other range of another Skitarii at the end would be 20 plus 6 plus 6. So 32. 32 is your Doctrina range. Now it's a maximum of 18. Does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, so here's what I'm saying. Just so people don't think I'm like fucking crazy and like Omni is fucking cracked. No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, shape. Give me a shape. Okay, so this is... We're pulling out the paint. Let's say this is the Skitarii right now, right? So this is your blob, this is your coherency, and then we'll make a blue circle for Doctrina, right? So right now, as we have it, yeah, this is your 6-inch aura, right? Should I just like open up a fucking drawing app? Anyway, actually no, we're gonna open up Krita. I'm pulling out the tablet for this one. Yeah, while it loads, I'll just rechat. He's pulling out paint. I feel like Call will always be a must add if you want to play Conk. You have to, yeah. Our rule is busted in any other army. Yeah. Yeah, Doctrinas feel more like attacks than a fun addition in our unit. Like it does make your unit strong. I'm not gonna deny that, but like it kind of just puts everyone back where they normally are. Like, because people say like, oh, you know, intercessors have bolters and they're only 4-0-1. Yours is 4-1-1, and you're like, okay, yeah, but you have like 17 fucking repulsors on the field. Like, what are you talking about? And those hit on 3s. Our tanks hit on 4s, so I don't want to hear it. Screen open. Okay, all right. Hold on, I'll grab my. All right, so basically what I'm saying is like, this is your circle, right? This is your Doctrina circle. Let's say these are your Skitarii. I'm still not used to this. Draw. Skits. Skits. Right? And then this is like your Doctrina. It's a bad circle. And then this is your Doctrina range, right? So this is 6 inches. Whereas before, you were able to kind of do like... So it's 9 here, right? So it'd be 9 from the Skitarii model itself, which could be like right here. This is probably too small for you guys, isn't it? So it'd be 9 plus 6, right? So it'd be a max of 15, right? Because it's 9 from the model and then 6 inches out here to the model. Whereas before, you were able to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then from this model, you'd have a 6-inch range. And then from this model, you'd have a 6-inch, right? So if there's 10 and there's a 2 gap in between, that means that you have a maximum of 20, right? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, 16, 18, 20, right? Not counting the model itself. So let's say it's 21, right? And then from there, you have 6 inches because of this aura, right? From here to here is 6. So you have a 26-inch range. So, like, you've lost functionally 10 inches of your Doctrina. Which means, like, how much is a board is 60 by 48, is it? Right? So, if we're talking length, if we're talking, like, lengthwise, right? So this is 48. This is 60. If you wanted to cover the board this way, you only needed 2 Skitarii squads. But now you probably need 3. You need 3. You need 3 to cover it, right? So if you wanted to make like a wall of Doctrina for all like your tanks and shit here, while your opponent's like over here somewhere, you need 3 squads. Before you used to just have 2. You have like 1 line here, 1 line here, right? Or you could, if you're playing Conquer, you probably do like 1 line here in your home and then 1 line here to kind of move up with your guys. This is so scuffed. What inches are we discussing? Don't worry about that. Doctrinas. We're talking about Doctrinas. Hold on, let me bring back paint. Battleline detachment when? I mean, you could just play ERAD for that. My problem with the army rule is that the data sheets were not designed without being important in mind. Yes. Yeah, I agree. How many within 6 inches of battle line is in the book? I think like a third. There's a lot. A lot. We can go over it. So far, the 9-inch coherency is only within, not wholly within, so you get an extra inch or two off the base size. Yeah, that's why I said, like, here, I said 20, but I was like, counting the base, like 21. Even then, it's still relative, right? Because if we're saying that this is a theoretical 26, let's say we do account for base size, let's say it's 27 or 28, right? And then this turns to 16 to 17. It's still like a 10-inch gap for the most part, 10 to 11-inch gap. Can we change the color to green, please? Sure, why not? I'm still trying to get used to using a tablet, so have patience with me. Like that. Why is this working? Work. Ah! Is this because I'm not pressing hard enough? Why aren't you painting? Did I break it? What the fuck? What happened to my brush? God damn it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Huh? I think I broke it. Oh, there we go. There you go. Conga Line was kind of garbo tactic for a war game. I agree with you, but I'm saying that it was a necessity because that's how our army works. Like, what the fuck else are you gonna do, right? That's why I think that they need to change the army rule if that's, especially if this is the case. I don't want a Conga Line things, trust me. I don't think the 9-inch engagement is as bad as you're making it look. It's just within, not wholly within, and arquebuses can poke out a while for free pivot. 9-inch engagement. You mean 9-inch coherency? My bad. Oh, it's pink. Hey, pink. Maybe not. You know, I'm just like kind of like doing math out here. Like I said, I haven't played a game of 11th edition yet, so I can't like really get like a good metric for it. When I was doing the 11th edition video and talking about units and laying them out on the table that I had ready, the coherency rules weren't out yet, so I didn't account for it. I'm just saying that like the way that I'm drawing it out is the way that I understand it, which is I think true. Maybe it's not as bad, but I do think that maybe running an extra Skitarii squad would be kind of nice because you don't have as like I think we can agree that it's an objective fact that you have less coverage, right? Like I think that's fair. Thinky think. That's right. I forgot I made this. Create roster. 11 Thinky think stream. Actually, well, let's name them because I don't have the detachment. So, the one thing that I was kind of excited for was cohort acquisition. We can try making a list off. Well, then I shouldn't have deleted the Thinky think list. Fuck. Actually, let's do Forge of War Psycho. Because I do think that is kind of spicy. Wait. Can you go to 225, please? There we go. Okay. How do you fix our battle line auras? Just increase the range of running skits and 5s? Just not have it. Just get fucking rid of that stupid rule. I hate it. Yeah, Trax need to be within 6 inches of battle line to get the best out of them and their madness. Do we see Vanguards flapping their arms like maniacs? You can do it, guys. Just keep flapping. All right. Let's see. 11th, Psycho Lords. That's a pretty cool name. Let's actually spell it out. Psycho Lords. Ah, shit. Mechanicus. No reason Histari can't be battle line. Go look at heavy intercessors. Heavy intercessors aren't battle line though, are they? I thought there was a detachment that makes them into one. Cyberforge is a cool name. You're right. We'll change it to Cyberlords. I do like Cyberforge. Where the fuck are heavy intercessors? Let's see. Hellblasters. Oh, they are, huh? That's crazy. Wait, I thought there was a detachment that turns. Alright, I stand corrected. Maybe they can be battle line. So what's that detachment that gives something battle line? Was it Gravis then? I don't know anything about Marines, so excuse me for not knowing. Actually, let's just go to 39k. It's a lot better. It was the Imperial Fists detachment, I thought. God, where is it? Please show me the way. Space Wolves? Space Marines. Wasn't it? They all sound the same. Armored Spear Tip? Fuck me. I don't even know. They have too many. No, that's the Iron Warriors one, or the Iron Hands one. Celestian Stat. No. There was a detachment that you run the Chapter Master for the Iron Fists for, or the Fists, and they let you run something as battle line. I thought. I don't know why, but I'm getting congested. Spear Point? No, this is the that's those White Scars. Reclamation Force. No, that's Titus. Titus has a... I didn't know that. This is the drop pod one. Emperor's Shield? Huh, maybe I'm tweaking. I don't know what I'm talking about. Cyberforge does look spicy. Alright, wait, hold on. How do I rename this thing? Jesus. DA makes Outrider battle lines, but I don't know what else. Yeah, maybe I'm just confusing it with something. What website is this? This is 39k. Very, very helpful. I put a list in 40k comp for Discord for review. Yeah, I'll check it out here in a second. Admech does have 0 CP regen. Yeah. Okay, so let's assume Psycho. Alright, listen. I know you guys like your shooting bots. I don't. And so I'm gonna run these as punch bots. I'm sorry. But not really. I don't think the guns are good, guys. I'm sorry. I think you want to run 8 though. Actually, let's do this. Remove. We'll increase this one to 4. We'll give them double fists. And flamers. And we'll duplicate. Alright, double character. The problem is that did we see that right? Lords only get, yeah, it's only one enhancement, so only one of them gets the mobile rule. You know? Maybe one shooting, one punch. Because only one of them is going to get mobile. That could be worth it. No, because I feel like if you're going to be in Conquer, you're going to be shooting on 4s. Yes, you ignore cover, but that's still pretty bad. What detachments? Cybernetica Cohort and Lords of the Forge. Oh, maybe I was thinking Bastion Task Force. Yeah, that sounds right. So let's do double... Actually, let's just go double punch bots. One of them is going to be more aggressive than the other, basically, is going to be the point here. Cybernetica, boom, boom. Alright, gotta do the tax, right? Double Rangers. Call. I don't know if I want to bring Thulia. I'm already pretty fucking high stacked. I don't think I do, personally. Bots can beat the shit out of basically everything, so they can be anti-elite or anti-tank. So I think, as much as I would like to run Iron Strike, let me refresh my memory with Psycho. It's been a minute. I remember a couple of the things you can do. Why is this so small? I'm blind. Okay. So Necromechanic. Oh yeah, you need Engine Seers, huh? Shit. We do need Engine Seers. That's a lot of characters. Do I want them to follow the bots, or do I just want to do... You need more battle line? You're right, but I think maybe... I'm gonna try to get away with 2 just because this is such a stacked list. I mean, take call and you can guarantee a unit. I feel like if you're using your Castellans with call reroll, you're missing the plot. Yeah, I feel like you just take disintegrators and just blast them that way, and let the bots stand on their own. No Thulia? I don't think Thulia. I don't think you take Thulia. Yeah. You'd like onagers with neutron lasers or last chickens? I probably am leaning towards last chickens. One Vanguard? No, I think you need to take 2. I think minimum 2. Especially if you're going Conquer, because your AP matters a lot more now. Bots require a backline gun threat. Yeah, which is why I'm thinking of, do I want Laz or do I want Scorpius? Where do you find these exact change page? If you just go to the Warhammer community, like you just go to this website, it's right here. It's this big ass button. You go boop, and then it'll lead you to downloads, or you can just go up here, but it'll say download now. And you go here, and then you look at Mechanicus. There it is. How to bot fail to kill battle wagon in 2? Jesus. You don't need NGs unless you want to protect the onagers. I feel like I think what I like to do personally with bots is aggressively deploy them at the line, and then have the Engine Seer heal them before he sends them out, and then move the Engine Seers with the tanks. Like they get like my bots get like a, hey, for 1 turn, you guys have the 5+ Feel No Pain, because you're not exposing your tanks usually turn 1. But your bots have to move up in order to start like trying to take threaten space, right? So I like them for that. I usually deploy the Engine Seers near the bots, give them the 5 Feel No Pain, run the bots up, and then I start palling them around with the disintegrators. Because that 5+ funeral pain on that first model is heavy work. Also, more infiltrators. You just have to just have a unit go as a meat shield. So I am not going to do infiltrators as much as I like them, because if we're running with lords and we're running action pieces, I think we want triple battle blade. I think that's a lot better. Right? Yeah. Because impulse costs more, and you're not really buffing them here. So Battleclade is a better action monkey unit. It's cheaper. Yes, you don't get to infiltrate immediately, but these guys move pretty fast, especially in Conquer, because you can advance and shoot, and then still do actions. So, no agency or buff up model. I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like that on a 2+, 4+ body with a 5+ feel no pain, and they're 7 wounds apiece, it goes pretty far, even if it is just a model. But what I'm saying is that I'm not babysitting them. I usually have the Engineer kind of around for the first 2 rounds, and then I start going into my tanks when my tanks start poking up. I'll draw it out here in a second. Remember, only one bot gets built. Yeah, I know. Go Scorpius, the interesting. Yes. Keep reading the same message. Fuck. I know, guys, I know. Trust me. I'm just saying that's how I play my bots, because I like to play them aggressive and conquer. Especially if I'm moving through walls. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go for like turn 2 charges. Can you buff bots with here? Yeah. It's just a model though. Can you post the cop channel after you're done, please? Also, please pick me. I have to go. Okay. Take it easy, Blue. Since Engineers are in support, are we the only faction with a lone op healer? No, I'm pretty sure Tech Marines are going to be the same. Is 110 spectator normal for me? No, this is pretty new. Hi, everyone. Please sub. No, this is quite big. I do think that I've gotten it before. I think in a battle report. It's because I don't normally announce my streams. Normally, when I let it sit on homepage for like an hour or 2 before I actually stream, that's when they get pretty good traction. But normally, I'm just like, I feel like streaming. I want to go live. Do you pay for Listforge? I paid for the year version, yeah. Underseer does not get access to those forge buffs too, or does get it? Yeah. That's why I think that I want a cheap monkey, like a cheap action monkey that has the tech priest in it, because I'm running forge. Otherwise, I think I probably would like infiltrators, but since I'm running forge and I'm kind of strapped for points because of these fuckers, I think I like servitors better. So this is the part that I always kind of have a struggle is who do I want to give Necromechanic to? Because I do like giving it to the Datasmith so that one bot unit becomes very, very hard to kill. But then when that bot unit dies, it falls apart. An Engine Seer could at least try to protect them for the first 2 rounds, and then it could fall back and start doing it on Disintegrators. So let's say this thing is probably going to be quite a bit of points. So I'll just give it Lord of Machines and say that it's Wafers of Dynamism. And then I think I'm going to give the Engine Seer Necromechanic. Through walls, I'm sure you guys in the States are dying to make Kool-Aid bots. Yeah. Do I think it's worth it? For me, it's worth it because I get to save multiple lists, and it gives me the streamer overlay that we use when I make stream games. So it's like definitely worth it for me. Tech Marines, sure, but will the engines here have the caveat that you can't repair infantry? As far as I know, Tech Marines can only heal vehicles, while you can heal anything early. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, you might be right about that. You want the mobile enhancement on one bot, so you probably take Necro on this here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because the other, if I took it on like the other one, it's like, okay, so this one can move through walls, but this one is tankier. It's like, or I can make the tankier one also move through walls through the Engine Seer. Run double Datasmiths and just put all the enhancements on one unit. They can be... That's a great way to just like lose all your enhancements though. Let's see. So I think, considering that we're running double bots, I think maybe I want Scorpion. I don't know. I really don't like Scorpius because they always whiff on me, but that could just be recency bias. I feel like 165 points for 2 rather than like, let's see. Yeah, because I think 2 Iron Striders would put me over the limit. 2 3-man Iron Striders. And Disintegrators are really good in this detachment because of, where's it? This one, Machine Spirit Resurgent. So if your tech priests are properly healing and blanking damage, you can make it to where the unit is below half strength. So a Scorpius is what, 11 wounds, right? Are you 11 wounds? 12 wounds. So if you get it to 5 wounds, then you just make this one of the most efficient tanks in the game, because then you just get full hit and wound rerolls. The problem is that this says models, so it works. Wait, yeah. Well, it says unit, but a unit to be below starting strength gives you hit rerolls, which you could do with like Iron Strider, sure. But below half strength would mean 1 Iron Strider, which means you're only shooting 2 last cannons. Whereas like having a Scorpius on 10 or on 5 wounds gives it full rerolls to everything: the missiles, the last cannons, and the stubbers. So that's why I prefer Scorpius in this attachment, because then you can use this without only having to go down to 1 model because of the 3 model breakpoint, right? With the new healing rules, would Seers be able to bring back a bot if it overheals? No, because it specifies models. It says if it heals if I remember the rule correctly, if it heals a unit, it can bring back models with overheal. But if it says model, it only brings a model up to its cap. I mean, ideally we get all the tech priests having some small heal ability back. Like, I hope so. I really do. Yeah, I hope Engines or Dominus and like Manipulus can heal, or just at least Call. Come on, man. He can heal himself and someone else. But if Engine can bring back multiple Skutari without having to be attached to them, no, he can't. Like I said, I believe it specifies model. Yeah, the model gains 3D lost wounds, so has to like overheal, so to speak. And it can't overheal a model. It can overheal a unit, but it can't overheal a model. Why not 3 Sidonian Dragoons with Taser Lancers and make a melee tank list? You're not wrong. I kind of do fuck with that. I want this to be a little bit more of a balanced list, but you did set a bug off in my head. I think I am going to make a Dragoon list next. Okay. Then this gets Doomcrawler, so your combo might be something to consider. No, not if they can't overheal, no. The Scorpius have an anti-fly option. Some would think anti-fly and Icarus are going to be more important because it takes the skies. No, they don't have one. I know Onagers do, but I don't think they're even that good. Let's see. I haven't seen the Icarus array in a while. Anti-fly 2, strength 10, AP minus 2, DC. That's not bad. Oh, 2 shots. Yeah, never mind. Anti-fly 4, twin lengths, damage 2, AP 1, 6 shots. I feel like it's not worth it. It's too niche. Unless like the meta is like Tau and 3 Lord of Changes, and that's all everyone ever plays, maybe. But I think like I'd just rather have 3 last cannons. That's what I'm saying, Sigmund. The way that heal is explained is that it has to like, if the heal specifies models, like heal a model up to yada yada, then it only heals that model up to its cap. But if this says it heals a unit, then that unit goes. So let me bring up an example. Hello? There we go. Where is it? Oh, it's like right down here. Okay. So you see here, It says, in your shooting phase, when this model has shot, if this unit uses Dark Pact abilities and attacked if those attacks destroyed an enemy model, this unit heals 3 wounds. Yes. In this case, for the Havocs, it would bring back a Havoc, right? However, an Engine Seer currently says the model regains up to D3 lost wounds. So let's say that this said a unit, let's say you had a Castellan at 6 and you healed 3. So you'd go up to 7 and then you'd overheal by 2, which means it would bring a bot back. However, a model can't have more than its max cap of wounds, right? So if it was at 6 and you heal at 3, it just goes up to 7 and that's it. The difference is the unit heals wounds versus the model heals wounds. We got hard rules on it. They didn't have it in the whatchamacallit. They didn't have it in the download that they had. Where was it? But it was mentioned. What was it mentioned? Code Rules 2024. I don't know where it's at. I remember Art of War talking about it because Siegler was talking about how that was the case because he was trying to get away with healing back Cataphrons, but that wasn't a thing that he could do. I want to get a 3rd Taser Dragoon and then I will wait for the day and bump into Dread Heavy lists. I don't really fight a lot of Dreads. My understanding was that the model or unit distinction on heal would be determined in the core rules. They didn't include it in the core rules for some reason. That thing that they released like last week, they were just like, oh, we're just not going to put this in here. I'm pretty sure they had like a snippet of it somewhere that said that you couldn't do that. I don't remember where it's at. What is this page? This is the downloads page in Warhammer Community. Just go to Warhammer Community. It's in the top left. Where were we doing? Okay, yeah. So let's see. So Scorpius for that reason. This is okay. Fall back and shoot. Not bad. Ignore modifier too, so sick. This is gonna be spammed like fucking crazy on bots. Double imperative isn't the worst, but it's basically gonna be motive force, and in some instances audio divinatory targeting is pretty good. But if this is, especially in Conquer, so if you have like one Scorpius shooting at a reroll target and the other one has to shoot something else, you use this. You put your ballistic skill at 3 and ignore cover, so it's pretty good. Especially with the Scorpius, because then it'll shoot at 3 and they get +1 a hit with the Ferromite cannon buff. But it has to be an objective marker, so that's the kind of shitty part. However, if vehicles are going to be doing what they're going to be doing this edition, where they just tow into a ruin and shoot through it, then they're going to be on an objective marker, which means this is going to have a lot more applications, in my opinion. Because normally you're not sitting like a tank that wants to draw line of sights in an objective, because like a circle objective in 10th edition, because those tend to be obscured. But in this game mode, I think the tanks are going to be sitting on objectives because they can shoot through the ruins if they tow in. So... Oh, 11 Cyber... Oh, this is just an app that I use for list building. Called ListForge. It's very good. You should try it. Okay, so... Call. Datasmiths with bots, Engine Seers, yep, Rangers, and then Action Monkeys. And then double descent. Did we push up to 3? I don't think we have enough for 3. I think 3 is a bit greedy. What would be the disposition? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, maybe that will change my list building, actually. I think it's priority assets for Psycho. Or a priority for Lord. Take and hold for Psycho. Interesting. Take and hold, I think, is probably what I would like to play. I feel like I would like priority assets a lot more if I was playing more tech priests with more bodies. But since I'm going tall here and not as wide, I think I just put a bunch of girth on an objective and try to hold it. Like bots in the middle. Okay, so I have one of two options here. I can go into another tank and be exactly at 2,000, but I feel a little light. Its call is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 units. That's not great. I think I need to take some more little chudlings. Remember that you can't stack stratagems in the same unit in the same phase, and all stratagems are in the command phase. Yeah, that's fine. Because, you should be targeting different units. So you'll be able to do like, okay, my bot is going to get +3 because I'm ready to charge, and then the other guy is going to get, not like the other, like Scorpius is going to get reroll hits and wounds, and then that's it. Infiltrators? Yeah, maybe. I was thinking maybe a deep strike threat. With Skystalkers. How many Skystalkers can I take? I can take 2. And then that gives me a little bit of points. Probably leave a little bit open just because I don't know how much these enhancements are going to cost. I'm only here because you told me to click on your YouTube video. I enjoyed it, so here I am. Hey, it worked. I think I like double Skystalker because I do need a little bit of things that, like, if they are just going to focus my Castellans, then I have a little bit of play around with these guys. The option is basically double Skystalkers and then maybe something else, or triple Disintegrator. Or Thulia. No, I can't do this. It should be cost too much, depending on the points drops. I don't know if I like this list, but I'm going to keep it. Just so I could fuck around with it. Alright. Somebody did kind of rattle my brain, though. To Goon or not to Goon? Shit. Alright. To Goon or not to Goon? What would this one be? I would love to run it as Eradication cohort, but the fact that it's 3 is so heinous, bro. So heinous. Also, why is this like this? Is it because this... I don't know how it shifted over, but... Okay. Yeah, the thing that Goons are probably best into is... I mean, I could do Rad Zone. Does Rad Zone give Goons anything good? Auto Advance 6, that's about it. Auto Advance 6. 4+ Invuln, which is probably not great. Lethal hits, but that's shooting. Reroll hit rolls if it's within, that's shooting as well. Yeah, no, Rad Zone sucks for Goons. Yeah, not great, not great. I don't know about Rad Zone. Why did Eradication have to be fucking 3, dude? That is so annoying. I don't think any of the new detachments do anything good for Goons, honestly. Wait, this is chaos. What am I doing? Yeah, I think if you're going to Goon list, you just go Erad. I'm going to huff my hopium about heal being defined as unit based. Now I'm worried that they'll add a bit of limits to healing in their vehicles. They probably will, but it won't be for a bit. I think Goon is gonna have to be Erad. That sucks. That actually sucks. I would love to run Erad with Lords. That would be so sick. Erad is begging to be run with Lords too because you can run Thulia and Call. Oh, that is so aggravating, bro. SHC with Recon Cohort, discussed it with a friend. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do next. I was going to do that next, but I got distracted by my love for Dragoons. Halo for +2 move. That is another option, but I think they're good enough, you know what I mean? Like 10 plus D6 and they can advance, yeah, cuz they can advance and charge and they have stealth. I think Erad is better cuz you can then connect more of their attacks. Oh, well, you have crit 5s in Halo. No, that is good. And you're already wounding cuz you can do like against walkers you can do wound two rerolling ones, and versus other things you can do like 3 rerolling ones. What does Erad? What else does Erad have? I forgot. It's this is reroll damage on vehicles. This is Lance, which they already have. Fallback, shoot, and chart they already have. It's lethal or hazardous, but they're not gonna shoot. Wait, what? Oh, the shooting back, yeah. That's the card. Actually, no, you're right. You're right. It is Halo. Yeah, you're right. It is Halo. The army rule is not good enough for that. Tagoon or not Tagoon? Anyone know the low reason why Iron Striders aren't Dragoon or Sidonians? I actually don't know. It's because UW realized they need to go back to points for profiles. Yeah. Let's do the Gooner vehicle. I think we 3-man this. 195 points for 3 of them. That's actually pretty good. If we just go Taser Go Tribal. Oh, but Halo really likes Rusties. Wait, yeah, actually that sounds really funny. I think I'm a fan. No. I think. What else does Halo have? Fuck. I haven't played Warhammer in a minute. Sanctified Ordnance, Dyad Vapors, and Low Lethality. You know what? And we'll save some spots for their points. What else does this thing have? Skitari Marshal units have infiltrators. That's kind of nice for getting like... Huh. Oh, let me do this first too. Now that you can't take Technos alone, it's fucking stupid. Scatros. Suffusion. Dugord is here. What's up, man? Consult the on-the-size prophet sits down across lane. Wait, you don't have a full-fledged opinion of this matter released about 7 years ago? Yeah, right? I'm just shooting the shit, man. I'm trying. TBH, I thought you were mid-move, so I wasn't expecting you to be able to show up at all. Yeah, so, like, the thing is, like, I don't move in until the 15th. I have 3 days to move in. 15th, 16th, 17th, right? But I'm, like, a one-man show, and my friends can only help me one day, which is Tuesday. So what I've been doing is, like, slowly tearing things down and, like, putting them in containers. And I asked the apartment manager, I was like, hey, man, you know, can I start moving stuff into the other garage? Because, like, nobody's gonna use it, right? Like, it's gonna stay empty. They're not like getting that garage ready. They're just getting the apartment ready with, like, new carpet and stuff. So I was like, can I just, like, pack everything up and then put it in the garage, so then when I have to move out, I just go downstairs, grab my shit, and then move it upstairs, right? Instead of, like, moving it across the apartment complex. He's like, yeah, that's fine. So that's kind of what I've been doing, is just, like, getting these, like, totes and then, like, putting a bunch of shit in there, moving into the garage, coming back to my apartment, tearing something down, moving into the garage. So then when Monday comes around, I just, like, go downstairs, go upstairs, boom, that's done. Go downstairs, go upstairs, that's done. So then when Tuesday rolls around, when my friends come to help me move, I just have to do, like, couches and desks, and then Wednesday I'll be set up. And then at that point, I'm just going to start, like, boom, 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 releasing 11th edition contact. So I was trying to make it, like, I'm slowly tearing things down so that I, like, within that 3-day window, I can do most of it within a day, right? That's kind of, like, my game plan was. Rare Omni stream? I feel like I stream kind of frequently. I mean, like, not like weekly. But I tried to. I did say I wanted to try to stream at least twice a week, and that fell apart really quick. What are your thoughts on the rules, Funny Robot Man? Well, this, I'm not calling it that. That is way too... Cohort, acquisition cohort, I think, ended up kind of disappointing me. I thought it was going to be better. Lords of the Forge is just... This detachment is fucking cracked. Like, the fact that they have fallback, shoot, and charge is so crazy. There's no world where this should be. The fact that this is one or two, yeah, the fact that this is one detachment point and Explorer Maniple is 2 is a fucking joke, bro. That's fucking ridiculous. Grab eco. I like that. Fair, it's a decent moving situation. I've had some night removes, so I'm glad it's not a huge move. Yeah, luckily I'm not moving, like, across town. I was going to, but my apartment manager kind of talked me out of it, because he was like, he called me, he's like, hey, there was one, the Mechanica stream, they called me, that's why I went AFK for a little bit, and they were like, yo, what are you planning on doing? Your lease ends soon. And I was like, well, I don't know, I'm kind of paying a lot for this small space. I was just gonna go, like, rent a house or something. And they were like, well, do you want to, like, come down and talk about it and stuff? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I went down there, and they're like, so we have this, like, 2-bedroom unit open, and we're rolling back a lot, because the thing is, like, they charge me way too much for things like trash and like smart home fees. And I was like, dude, just give me a key. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna pay for a smart home. Like, I don't care about that. But it's part, like, you have to pay for it, right? What they're doing now is it's under new management, so they're rolling all that into the rent, right? So my rent is from going from a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom is basically going up $100, because it would cost more, but I'm saving money because they're rolling in all those special features to be included in the rent. So I was like, okay, so you're telling me that I don't want to move from this area. I like where I live. So I was like, I pay $100 more a month, and I get almost double the amount of room, and I get to stay here. And then my move is, like, a lot easier. Yeah, I'll stay. That's fine. You know what I mean? What annoys me is the Priest 1 DP detachment has advance in charge, and you can't pair it with Som. Yeah, I saw that. Was like, I was kind of freaking out about that earlier. I was like, huh? Like, well, no, I was also pointing out the fact that it says Electro Priest Battleclade. There's no, like, comma here, or slash. So it's like Electro Priest Battleclade, and then it says target that Electro Priest unit. It's like, wait, what? So can you or can you not target Battleclade? It doesn't make sense. You're from America, right? Yeah, I'm from America. I've been barely listening, but Explorer is 2 points. Yeah, it is. Questora's Forge Pack might be the best way to run Admech. I don't know enough about Forge Pack to be able to say that. I need to start posting more. I have an Admech tournament report to write up, but I can't be asked. Yeah, I had a couple of... I had 2 videos in the works that were over tournaments. But a combination of my cameras not working and me forgetting to take pictures and not really like writing like these really long scripts kind of was like no, I'll just wait till the next one. Because it needs to be like perfect. Like I need to have like good footage, I need to have good pictures that I keep forgetting to take, and then I need to like actually write a good script, right? If one of those doesn't align, I don't feel like it's a quality content, and I'll just be like, I'm just not gonna do it. I don't like. I feel like the battle reports, especially for tournaments, like 6-round battle reports, are the ones that I want to be like really, really special. And if I can't like have good footage of them, then I don't want to make them. And I keep fucking it up. So that would be the best. Admech would be Knights SMH. A smart home isn't a real smart home unless the doors are servitor controlled. They kind of are though. I can go from my phone and like open my door. You know what I mean? So if I'm like downstairs, like getting groceries and I'm getting ready to bring it upstairs, I can like go to my phone and then like turn on my AC and unlock my door. It's kind of sick. But if I have to pay like $100 a month for that, yeah, just give me a key. Dude, when people tell their stories about contracts regarding renting stuff, it always sounds so illegal in my Germany. It's been that way when I lived overseas too. Like, no, overseas they really pissed me off. When I lived in Korea, I had a really nice place in Korea, but what happened? So I was going down to my dorm manager, not my dorm manager, my apartment manager, and I told him like, hey, I was removing my paint rack because I had it like it's really heavy, so I put like the double-sided Gorilla Glue, not the glue. Sorry, I keep saying that. The Gorilla branded double-side tape, right? Which is supposed to hold some really hard shit. And I was like, I had my heat gun, but my heat gun shorted out, and it was like midnight, and I was like, okay, well I can't like try to melt the adhesive away, so I did like half of it, so I just like yanked it off the wall and tore off a little bit of the drywall, and I was like, fuck, right? So I went down there and I was like, oh yeah, so I have this like little drywall thing, I know how to work drywall, it's not that hard, do you want me to do it, or like how much are you gonna charge me, because I can just do it myself? And he was like, oh, we're not gonna charge you, dude. Like he's like, we'll fix that. And I was like, what? And it's because like every apartment that I've lived in the past, they've like charged me for the stupidest shit in the world. Like, to tie it back to Korea, there was a part where like you know, like those curtains that are like, there's the nice thick curtain, and then there's that like thin little fabric part. So it's like it's kind of like a shower curtain. There's like the shower curtain and then the plastic part that kind of like goes in between. My cats kind of like scratched up the really thin one, and when I was moving out and they were checking out the apartment, they're like, oh yeah, your cat's kind of like clawed at this, and like, you know, they kind of like frayed the fabric. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. And they're like, yeah, it's gonna be $250. I was like, what the fuck? Like, excuse me? And I was like, bro, I'm not paying $250 for fucking curtains. And not like they didn't damage the nice curtain, they damaged like that little fabric flimsy shit in between. And I was like, bro, I can buy this shit for $40. I'm not paying you $250. Kiss my ass. And he was like, oh yeah, we'll just charge you $70 then. I was like, whatever, man. You're lucky that I'm like I have to go through you. So $250 and then talking me down to $70. Fucking assholes, bro. Anyway, yeah, what were we doing? Acquisition cohort. Yeah. Okay, so we have Scatros. That hurts to say. Scatros with radial suffusion. Call. Double Ranger, double Raider, double autocannon. You know, lethal hits autocannons are pretty nice. I'm debating whether I need last cannons in this list. I don't think I do. I kind of want to run indirect Scorpius. Why does Scatros not have Neferic Recon? To be fair, I agree with you. To be fair, I don't want my Scatchers within 12. So, but yes, I agree with you. He should just be able to spot. Be like, hey, he's over there. You know, the Marshal getting infiltrators is kind of spicy. Cause like, all right, we're bringing back Krita. Where's my pen? Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Right, chatters, right? Welcome to my artboard. Is there a way to just like wipe this? I guess I could just like select all this and delete it. Ooh. Okay. So like, I don't fucking know. Oh shit, no. So let's say, can you copy and paste things into Krita? Is that a thing you can do? You can infiltrate Marshal, carry your Draxus, by the way. I don't tend to like to run allies, so there's that. But I have an idea. It doesn't sound bad. I'm not saying it sounds bad. I just don't like to do it. Do I have screenshots of the new maps? I think I do. I should. I do not. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Chat, I do not. I don't want to go find them, so I'm just gonna draw it. Yeah, but Marshall gives her full hit rerolls. Yeah, this is true. You're not wrong. Let me change this to black. So here's what I'm thinking, right? Can I make a shape with this? Yas. Okay. Let's just say that this is the deployments, right? Classic. I think it's. I don't remember what this one's called. Wait, do support leaders stay attached after the squad dies now? I don't know about supports. Actually, wait, that's a good question. I don't know. How good would Techno Arc plus 10 Dominus full grade speed? Sounds annoying to kill him plus Lords. Techno Arc is really good in melee. You're not wrong. So here's what I'm thinking, right? Let's say you have, and just imagine the terrain is here. Because what you could do is like say set up like an infiltrator brick like right here or something. Shit. What you can do is like set up an infiltrator brick like right here in the center objective, right? And then you can like infiltrate, like say this is the square. So your infiltrators are right here, and then you can set up like a Skitari Marshal that infiltrates with like 10 vanguards here, right? And then they'll be within the 6-inch range. So like you can start with a board presence at -2, right? To battle shocks, which is kind of funny. That's about it. That's as far as I went with this. I do like vanguards in Rad Zone because you can give them lethal dosage, so they can get like lethal hits on what 30 something attacks, 24, yeah, 30 something. The Dominus would give the Techno Arc the feel no pain. Well, yes. Well, they would already get a 5+ feel no pain because he's a tech priest, right? Does the leader support change mean you can have Draxus and a Marshal in the same Skitari group? Yeah, it does. Well, depends. Can you have 2 support characters? Because the Marshal got changed to a support. He's not a leader. So if Draxus is a leader, that would work. But if they're both supports, I don't know if that would work. That's interesting. I don't know. Oh, I did want to go over why I think Scorpius. We were talking about starting them with the bots, right? So say like you have like your terrain. I'm trying to remember how it looks. It's kind of like this, and then you have like this long thing here, and then this long thing here, and then it goes like kind of like this, and this, and then they have their home here, right? So I was talking about the Techno Archaeologist, or the Engine Seer with the bots, was you can have like a bot squad here, and this is what I like to do. I like start the Engine Seer here, so that then they can heal and then position, right? And then for whatever reason, if they get shot, they're protected with the 5+ feel no pain, right? 5+. But and then once they start going on their own, that's when I start like moving my Engine Seers to like support Scorpies, right? Because at that point, it's like, okay, they're off, they're doing their thing, they're gonna go and blitz this way and like kill something. And at that point, that's when I start tagging them this way. That's why, like, I know a lot of people were saying like, oh, but it only heals the model, only heals the model. I get that, right? It's like it heals the model, but like I'm not gonna heal a Scorpius and give them a 5+ Female Pain on a turn that they're not exposed, because they don't need to be exposed at this point, right? But once they start moving like out here and shit, and they're exposed, like at that point, yes, right? Like you move your engine seer here, have them heal, have them give them 5+ Female Pain, because you get more mileage off of the single model. But like your bots at this point, they're gonna be like in flanks, just beating the shit out of something. Is my idea. I still kind of think bots are traps. Are traps gay? I still think they are. I don't disagree with you, but I'm just kind of building meme lists right now. We built an 8-bot list earlier. Sounds gay. Yeah. Curious. Right. So that was my train of thought there. There we go. So I think I don't know what I want to add to this list. Cataphrons could be nice because auto advancing is really good. You could play Exterminator. Oh wait, what are the fucking enhancements on this thing? I forgot. I still want for all guns to be playable, and it's not. Yeah, chat was really trying to sell me on it, and I'm like, I don't think it's good, guys. I really don't. We could go. You know, -1 to hit. This is gonna be more of a shooting list, so because it's all about detection range and ignoring cover. Maybe Scorpius, actually. No, let's run onagers. Let's do onagers. I want to run onagers. What gun do? You know what? Let's run them with twin heavy phosphors. Yeah, let's do double twin heavy phosphor, because these guys can then use the defect scrutiny to ignore cover with their autocannons. So this will be like the mid-range killer, and this will be the elite killer. The stealth enhancement is kind of worse now, which sucks. Yeah, I was looking at it and I was like, I could run like data priests or e-priests, but this is more of a shooting list. Is there an idea for the most optimized attachment yet, or a consensus? I'm pretty sure it's Lords plus Skitarii into Cohort, if anything. Twin Phosphor proc kind of fucks. I agree with you. I don't want to run the casino gun because the autocannons are going to be the damage 3 threat here in this game. So I'm thinking probably like an onager, like, I don't know, fucking here, because I'm pretty sure there's a terrain piece like here in one of the maps. And I know there's that weird L here. So like, you can have like an onager here, and then like an onager fucking, I don't know, in this terrain piece, like shooting through it, right? Going through this way. And then you can have like Battlestar kind of like shooting up this way or shooting up this way. Just fucking scuffed ass map. And then you'll have your infiltrators kind of chilling in here. You can have a Vanguard start with infiltrator out here, and then your horsies can just like run up this way and spot stuff for you. Yeah, because you can have like your onagers here, and then your horses are like running over here, and they're like, hey, I see this bitch inside this terrain. And they're like, oh, we're gonna come kill you. And you're like, psych, bitch. And then you're gonna run this way. Oh, you know what? And then like actually starting with your Skitarii Marshal, the one that gives your units infiltrate, you can sit them like right behind this terrain piece, and most of your Cerberus should be in range to fall back, right? Because like, wait a second. Hold on, wait a minute. Shit. I really need to just import the picture. Let me find it. Let me just find it real quick. 1 second. Work on. Unless somebody like knows where I can find these pictures faster. Actually, fuck. Wasn't it linked somewhere? This is my 11th edition. Jesus. Edition maps. I don't know. What the fuck is this? Ew, I don't want to see it. Oh, well, you know what? We can compare dispositions now. So let's say reconnaissance or take and hold. I think reconnaissance, honestly. Reconnaissance wants action monkeys, though, right? So maybe we should build this list with a bit more monkeys. Yeah, let's do this. Vanguard. Marshal. Shit. I'm gonna make this as a reconnaissance list, I think. Like that. And then let's go infantry. Infiltrator, infiltrator, infiltrator. And then turn this into a 10-man. Do I go double? I don't have any, like, dedicated anti-tank. Alright, I'm off to bed. Have a good stream. Thanks, man. I don't have any dedicated anti-tank. But I do have lethal hits, so... Is there something that I want to give sustained hits to? Maybe I run like one squad of breacher. No, it's too expensive. Maybe a Scorpius? I could run one Doomcrawler with a neutron laser, which is super memey. I don't really like the neutron laser. So 3 shots hitting on 4s, up to 3s, probably to 2s because it's heavy. No rerolls. AP 4, which seems like overkill. Strength 16. I think I'd rather just run a Scorpius. Yeah, I think I'd rather run a Scorpius. Love the neutron laser, but it doesn't love me. Damn, we're full at this point, huh? I might have to make points somewhere, considering that there might be point drops. So, wow, this picture sucks. What did we say we were? We were reconnaissance, right? Is it in Goonhammer? Is that where it's at? We should probably read the Goonhammer article, huh? Where is the maps? Marine faction pack review. Disposition review. Maybe they're in here, in like each dispositions. Yeah, they are, but they're not like good. Actually, isn't it in the app? Do they have a Tabletops battle app for PC? I don't think they do. I know it's in their app. God, this is so annoying. I've only gotten to bring mine out once so far, but it's a good time. Plus the orcs going, wait, are all those battle lines plus 4 and full? This is bullshit was fun. You know, that's not the worst. Okay, we'll just pull I thought they had all the maps out. Negotiating maps. Is it terrain guide? Is it this one? No. Alright, let's just steal this one. Fuck it. Let's see if I can paste it into Krita. Okay, that works. Sure. Is it Control T like Photoshop? Maybe I should just open this in Photoshop. Oh, I'm moving the wrong layer. T. Let's rotate this. Alright, kind of shitty quality, sorry. It's literally all I have. Shit. Shit. This is so scuffed. I love it. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking, right? You gotta set up. Technoarchy does have one advantage of being added to the Vanguard unit. It ups their OC and even combined with the Vanguard. Yeah, but I just don't feel like that's worth it, man, personally. Here's my... Okay, let me change colors, because this is... Let's go back to green like Terma wants. It's probably a good color for this. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Let's look at our list. Let's shrink this. Okay, so since a marshal can give fuck. It's all falling apart. Since a marshal can get infiltrator, right? I'm thinking like you probably do something kind of stupid, like I don't know, have them here or something, so they can't get shot right from like this angle. They can't get shot from this angle, and then you start your infiltrators like back here, right? So let's say let's do a circle. Infill is kind of hard to see, I know. So then this way they'll get the battle shock thing, right? And they'll be hidden. These guys won't because they're not wholly within this range, but that's fine because they're behind a footprint, a really big footprint at that. And then like maybe you start like an onager here, and then here, and then a Scorpius like right here. All right, and then you go like Rangers, Ranger. And then probably like Ranger here. I'm just gonna do a big R for Ranger. Rangers. Rangers. And then Skatros is gonna be like, I don't know, here. He's gonna be chilling. Probably with Call, honestly. So actually what you can do is like... No, actually you probably start Skatros here. And then you start Call here. Call, because then Skatros can move up here and then loan up this objective, and then this crab can move over this terrain feature because it's less than 2 inches in height, and then he can either go this way or he can crawl this way and kind of be behind this and still get cover from these terrain features, right? And then I don't know, your other infiltrators, you can have like a 5-man fucking here, a little 5-man here, and then like a little 5-man here or something. And then raiders will probably start in this ruin like here, so they're hidden. Oh no, they're mounted, they can't be hidden, which is dumb. I actually don't agree with that. I don't know, you could probably squeeze in the raiders here or something. You can squeeze the raiders here, and then they'll like start like running up this way and being like, oh, I see this guy, and then like, oh, I see this guy or this guy, right? Because they can schmoove, and they don't have to be able to shoot to it to spots, so that's good. So then you'll have these guys being able to spot basically this like 8-inch bubble this way, right? Like this. It's a very bad cone. They'll be able to spot like this way. They're probably your more aggressive spotters for things that are hidden in the back, while your horses kind of move up and spot things that are going to move forward eventually. And then you can eventually move your horses kind of to like over here, So behind a ruin. So if there's like something that's trying to shoot you, I'm pretty sure this ruin is what, 4? So probably 6 inches this way. So if something kind of tries to move up here to shoot you, then your guys just run back this way, right? The other thing that I was saying, you could have your horses kind of like, I don't know. Let me delete all these arrows. You can have your horses like here, so that if something moves up, you have this infiltrated vanguard squad here, so you can get the full d6 inches that way, rather than rolling a d6. That is probably what I think is the best thing for the infiltrating Skitarii, is the fact that you can try to align. You can have like more space in the middle taken up, so that your shit can reactive move backwards, while aggressively placing like a 10-man brick of infills here. And then if they try to like charge you or something, then you're like, all right, well, you're at -2, right? Does the less than 4 for the crab ever really come into play? I've had it come into play in some tournaments, because like some of these ruins, they'd kind of be like, I'm gonna draw this in like a 2D plane. They'd kind of be like this, and then they kind of trail out like that, right? So like this portion right here is like 6 inches, but then this portion right here was 4 inches. So you could crawl over this portion of the terrain piece. That makes sense. So like these little parts right here tend to be 4. So you can move over this part, but you can't move over like this part. Like, that's what I've done, and the tournament organizers were cool with it. So, because I asked ahead of time, I was like, "Is that how that works?" And then so yeah, you'll have like a Scorpius. Maybe you won't put the Scorpius down here. It depends on where you want to go, and where they're deployed. Maybe you put the Scorpius like here, so that you can draw lines this way and this way, since you only have one. But then your two onagers will be on each flank, right? Because they'll ideally go towards the places where your opponents can benefit cover, because you don't care. You have phosphor. And then I don't know if the detection range thing is really gonna matter. Because like again, +3 is not the best. So I mean, like your Iron Striders, maybe, I don't know, start like here or something, and then they just like move over this piece. The cool part is that you can give your Iron Striders quite a bit of buffs in this detachment. So if we go, so you can give them auto advance 6, which is pretty sick. You could give them 4+ in one save, I guess. Lethal hits, so they can shoot up into a tank, especially because you're probably shooting with call. The good thing too is that they have double the amount of shots, like, as opposed to the last cannon. So like the lethals can actually really do some work. Let's see a dice roller. I don't want to open up TTS, but let's say like I need 2 more. So like, let's say you're rolling, you're hitting on 3s because Um, what's the other one we wanted? Oh, Skitari plus Skitari hunts a cohort, right? Let's do stealthy. Stealthy. Stealthy Steely. We'll call Stealthy Steely. Let's see. Okay, so Skitari hunts a cohort. So let's do the thing. Call to battle line. Okay. Every Admech list starts at 380 points. Unfortunately. I think I always overcompensate with my heavy guns and Admech. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, because it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Because, like, if you don't bring any, then you just lose to tanks. If you do bring some, then you realize that you need, like, 5 more pieces because your anti-tank misses half the time. So, silent but violent. Is Skitari Hunter Cohort really violent, though? You should call it the Sneaky Blender. What are we blending, though? There's no Rust Stalkers on this list, I don't think. It's gonna be a shooting list. It has to be a shooting list because, like, Cohort Acquisitus really only cares about shooting. So I think that these two here, Repolarized Augurs and Clandestine Reposition, are just worse versions of already existing Skitari Hunter Cohort stuff, which is why I don't really like pairing these two together. Hey, Vano. Because, like, so Clandestine Reposition, right? Put something at the strategic reserves at the end of fight. Okay. Keep that in mind. That is just a worse version of Program Withdrawal. Up to 2 Sicarians, or 1 Skitari. So, this one gives you double the amount if you choose Sicarians, right? And then you remove them. The only difference is they have to be more than 3 rather than unengaged. So if something is within 2 inches of you, I guess it's better, right? But, like, come on now. What detachment are you building right now? Skitari Hunter Cohort plus Cohort Acquisitus. So, like, this here. Uh-oh. It's not big enough. Shit. Actually. It's not big enough. Okay, wait. Maybe this doesn't have to be so big. There we go. Okay, maybe a little bit bigger. Okay, maybe that's fine. Okay, so, like, Program Withdrawal is just a better version of Clandestine Reposition. End of fight phase, end of fight phase. 1 friendly unengaged Sicari, or Taraxi or Infiltrator, 2 Sicarians, or 1 infantry. Place in strategic reserves, place in strategic reserves. Alright. Re-upping the lurk. Thank you. So then, Repolarized Augurs is just a shittier version of Shroud Protocols. Technically. Because, like, this could theoretically be better, but you have to be hidden. Right? Which, as we know, hidden means that you have to be within... Your entire unit has to be within range. Or within the terrain piece. So, like... clear this board real quick. So, like, let's use this example. Let's say you have infiltrators here, right? So if they're all wholly within, they have 15-inch low now, technically, right? So, like, from let's say that the shot is coming from here, so 15, right? If they, at the start of the movement phase, let's say you know these guys that are here, I don't fucking know, Pathfinders or something. You know they can move 6, right? And they don't have advance and shoot because they're not playing Monkov for whatever reason. So if you know that they can move 6, they'll move 6 this way, right? And you'll be like, shit, you'll be within my 15, right? Because let's say they end up here. So then if you know that, you have to do this at the start of your movement phase. You can subtract 3 from your detection and then make it like up here. So then they can't shoot you, right? Because they'll end here, they'll be a little bit shorter. So it's good in that regard. But you have to be here, right? Which is fair. You can say that like 11th edition, you have to be within your objective, whatever. Or, right, you can do this, where you have your infiltrators towed in, and then you're 18-inch loan up from every direction. So like 18 here, 18 here, right? I don't know where else they can draw an angle from you. So like this lets you kind of be more reserved with your playstyle because you can be farther back and create that 15, if that makes sense, without having to be hidden. Because you just can't get shot to begin with, right? So I guess what you can also do, like, it's redundancy, which is nice. You can do this, have these guys hidden, and then have them, like, say, you know something is going to move up to try to shoot you, right? You can say, okay, well, I'm going to stop my 15, and I'm going to turn it into 12, right? So then now you can't shoot me. Great. And then you can have this unit out here, who's, like, I don't know, doing something, like, I don't know, they're doing, like, an action on this terrain piece, and then they're trying to shoot you from here, and then you say, no thank you, 18-inch loan up, right? Or something like that. So you can now have, like, double the amount of redundancy, right? Because it's a different unit. You can really, like, cock block your opponent. But that's also 2 CP, so... I don't know. I don't ever think that there's a scenario where you need to loan up in 2 directions. But I just think that this is worse than Shroud Protocols, and this is worse. This is worse than Program Withdraw in almost every sense of the word. The watches from mostly close classical. I feel like this combo is the super extra Swiss Army knife that can do the same thing multiple times. Yeah, it's redundancy on top of redundancy, which is fine. But I don't... Usually games don't play out that way, you know what I mean? Hey Omni, new player here who started with Admech just based on them looking cool. Found your channel recently. Glad to see people still waving the Admech flag. Excited for the new edition so I can really play. Me and you both. Thank you. Yeah, I've been kind of like not playing any Warhammer because I'm just waiting for 11th edition to come out. Like, yes, there's enough so you can play it now, but like even then, I'm like, I don't like playing with like half-assed rules. Like people are like, oh well, we think this is how it works. We have most of the rules, so you can get. I'm just like, just wait, bro. Just like give it a week. You know what I mean? That's kind of why I planned my move around the edition launch, so that I can like move in and then be like, okay, boom, let's start. I do think defect scrutiny is probably the best stratagem here, because it just gives you more cover. So against vehicles in particular, it's strong. I don't really like what they've been doing with the infantry cover system, because like it's so difficult to get it right. Like you have to be wholly within, so like only a 5-man squad can fit here. Nothing can really fit in here because there's terrain, unless you like, I don't know, like awkwardly do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something like that. Which if you're here, you're within 15. I'm sorry, everything's gonna shoot you. Yeah, I don't know, but I think that's more for vehicles, because if you have like a vehicle that's kind of like posting up here, or like posting up, I don't know, here, you're gonna have a lot of infiltrators and dogs. So like if you start an infiltrator brick here, you can like say move up your you'll have like 3 Iron Striders, right? And you can like move them this way and post them up here, and then they'll be able to draw line of sight, right? But then you can say, oh well, you'll benefit from cover, right? And then these guys can go, well actually I see you, so now I'm gonna give this unit here ignores cover, right? Is that how that reads? Select one visible enemy unit within 12 inches of a friendly recon unit. That unit's range attacks. Wait. Your unit's range attacks that target that enemy unit have ignores cover. Yeah. So these guys get the stratagem. They say, hey, I want to shoot. And these guys say, hey, I'm within 12 inches of this tank and I can see it. And these guys say, cool, I ignore cover. Right? I think that's probably the best thing we could do. And in this detachment, Battlestar will have stealth. so they can be out in the open and still benefit from cover. Not that it's very hard to get cover for vehicles, I don't think, but is waiting to start a saving power 1.0. Totally understand that feeling of limbo with 40k too. Yeah. So I think that's probably the best use, because then your Iron Striders will always be hitting on 3s, if not 2s, if you don't move a lot with heavy, right? So I think that's the play. I think that's probably the best thing here. It's that, and then these 2 enhancements. So knowing that, let's go. I think here you run 9 chickens, honestly, because chickens benefit a lot from Skitarii Hunter cohort. I think what I would do here is triple or 6 last cannons and 1 auto cannon. Last cannon. Oh, this one right here. This is gonna be auto cannons. I thought I could move this up. I guess not. I think that's probably the best. So you have 9 chickens. You're already at 1,001. And then you just start fucking spamming the fuck out of infiltrators. So I think you do 2 10-mans. Maybe we can cut down to 2 5-mans if we have to. Cyber Canids, definitely. Luckily, these guys have data tether, so that's pretty nice. I think, what did I say? I don't think you take the infiltrating marshal in this list. Yeah, this is just better than this one, unless this one's cheaper. You can take Battlesphere uplink got a lot worse. Depending on how Histari end up, you could run Histari with Battlesphere uplink, because you can do the funny cheesy thing with Fusiliers. If Exterminators drop enough, I'll just take 2 Exterminators with like nothing, with no buffs. Is Radzone Lords going to be worthwhile? Is it going to be 6 Stubborn Chickens and 3 Laz? For this list, yeah. Radzone Lord, I really don't see the synergy there, honestly. 9 chickens will also intimidate your opponent by showing how large you are. So I'm thinking, right? You can set up like your Histari here, right? Sorry, let me rotate my pen. You can go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you can do the funny, haha, hey, infiltrators here or something. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, actually. You don't even have to rely on the spotting mechanic. But you can, like, come out here, right? And then take a shot at, like, a tank that's, like, here. Or, I don't know, towing into this ruin because it's trying to shoot through this way. You can pop out, blow this bitch up, and then you can run back in. And that's basically all your Histari are going to do all game with Battlesphere uplink. Because you can't re-embark, so you can't do like the Skitarii shuffle anymore, right? Where you like have a transport out here, you put out 10 Skitarii, shoot, and then run back in. You can't do that anymore. So I think Footslogging Fusiliers could be really good. But that depends on the price. Because right now, as it stands, it would be 145 plus 30 plus 35. So that's 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, almost 200 points. Which at that point you might as well just take Iron Striders. So, yeah, I think I like that. I'll go ahead and put it in, but it is like prone to points, very prone to points. Do you really need it? I already have 3 Iron Striders. Do you really need it? 205 for very safe last cannons that ignore cover. Or 3 more last cannons. I guess it depends if the price goes down. So the other thing I want to add is definitely Cantic Thrallnet. But do you need Cantic Thrallnet actually? Because you'll have Protector. You can get +1 AP, but I feel like AP3 is like so much better now. Don't need Advance and Charge. Don't need the AP. Don't need Assault. Don't need Weapon Skill. You don't even have to take Cantic actually. I think back when it used to, like, when AP used to matter more, but like AP3 is so good now because it's like, what, any tank that saves on 3 saves on 6s, like, yes, you can push it to no save, but like most of the time that's overkill. The only 30-point enhancement worthwhile for Fusiliers is +6 range, and that's barely. I think the Scoot and Shoot is really good. It just depends on where you can try to post them up. Because the +6, I feel like the +6 is better on Exterminators because that gets them into their range a little bit easier. But the thing is that their focus profile kind of sucks. So, so I think we can add like maybe one more thing here. I've been putting Fusiliers in a lot of lists. You could go Boat, but I feel like Boat kind of lost a lot of value with its the shuffle nerf. What else can I add to this list? I don't think there's any character I really care for. Guess we could just add more trash. We can add more deep strikers, like 210. Not great. Add 1 deep striker maybe. And then we'll leave the points open for points changes. Because I still need to see how much the upgrades for Cerberus Raiders are. You could run another one. Actually, you can go boop, 1990. Oh, this is Sulfur Hounds. Sulfur Hounds might not be the worst. No, they're pretty bad. Yeah, because the upgrade is only for Raiders. Duplicate. Okay. That's that list. I'm gonna erase these 11th edition ones. Or these 10th edition ones, sorry. I don't think ERAD and Halo lists change too much. So I think that's fine. Don't let them have a save. I have contempt for their armor. Let's say that, because I think like Iron Striders are usually shooting into things that either you can push to a 6+ save or you're over pushing into a 4+ emblem. So that's why I don't think it's really worth it. Like I think like the I think that the no save thing is more of like a win more thing, you know what I mean? So like, let's see. Let's say you're shooting something that has an emblem, 6+ because you have -3 AP, right? So let's say you're shooting Iron Striders, and they're ignoring cover because of your buff. So you're hitting on 3s because you've moved. Rerolling hits because of call. Do you fish? I think you fish. Yeah, I'll fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, sus 1. And then they're usually winning on 3s. Twin length, so reroll 3. Okay. And then the tank has to roll 6s. Yeah, see. D6 + 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. If it's like a Rep X, you don't kill it. But it's also a Rep X. So, like, the math is still pretty good. Let's try again. Hitting on 3s, because you're ignoring cover. Because of your ability to ignore cover. Rerolling. This is a fat roll. That's a fat roll. 1, 2, 3. And then twin linked. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 6 up. 5 outfield, or d6 damage. 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, it kills it. Yeah. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think you need to have double Doctrina. Don't let them have a save. I have contempt for their army. What is he shooting with? I was doing Iron Striders with last cannons, showing that like you don't really need AP -4 with them, because if you're forcing something into a 6, then you're probably doing okay. You know what I mean? The only thing that it really benefits is like Land Raiders and like anything that saves on 2s basically, which is like not a lot of things in the game that are tanks. They either like save on 2s that go up to a 4, which you're rolling for 4s, or they save on a 3 that don't have an invuln, so you're rolling for 6s, which you're probably gonna kill. So I kind of just like that better. But there's you have a lot of ways. I actually kind of like this list, because you have the Fusiliers and the last cannon, the double last cannons. Honestly, I might take out one of the last cannons and switch them to autos, because if I'm gonna have Fusiliers, then I might as well. Exterminators, I want to add them, but they require a lot more support. I think you definitely want them with reroll wounds on a boat, which is a lot more points that I have to open up. But I think foot slogging Fusiliers with the shoot and shuffle, I think is a lot more viable. Because if I'm gonna have 5 last cannons here and then I'm gonna have 6 here, I could just go double auto. So I have a lot of I'll have 3 flat damage here, as well as a d6 +1, and then I'll have a d6 +1, and then I'm gonna have a fuck ton of damage 1. Like a fuck ton of damage 1, which will probably compensate for the damage 2 stuff, right? Because infiltrators, like, they're all damage 1, but they have so many attacks that it might as well be damage 2, if that makes sense. I'm getting a mounting sense of horror that I'm never going to stop gluing parts to Thulia. I think she has like infinite Geeples, and they're going to end up as sub-assemblies at this rate. The only annoying part I had of Thulia is she has her right arm that connects her body to her gun. There's this like tiny little arm. It is so annoying. Oh, that thing sucks to fucking glue. Other than that, I thought she was fine. But I think that's pretty good. That's 4 lists. They have Lord, Halo. I didn't make a... What's another Lord one? What's a good detachment for Lords? Lumen Autochoir. Wait, hold on. Lord? Let's try Lord's Data Psalm. That sounds kind of funny. Like a melee Lord Data Psalm list. So we already did Rad, we did Skitari, Hunter Cohort, we did Halo Screed. Rad is the same thing. Nothing. That's still so crazy to me. I don't think it should be 3. This should be 1. Cool. They literally didn't touch this stupid piece of shit. Data Psalm, I think, is more viable than Lumen and Autochoir. If you're going... Here's what I think. You can take Data Psalm in one of 2 ways. You can take them full Fulgurites, because you only get to choose one of the benedictions. You take him full Fulgurites, or you take him Cataphront spam, because you can do the half range AP buff, right? I think what you can do is Data Psalm Fulgurites with Lords of the Forge, and then take like a melee priest list. Because if you went like Lumen Autochoir Lords, like you're buffing your Electro Priests, the Corpuscari, and I don't think they benefit as much because the Tech Priests actually kind of smack your melee sometimes. Especially if they were Halo, but the 1-1-1 build, I don't feel like that's good. You don't benefit from anything. Because like if you are within range to shoot Corpuscari, you are within range that you don't need the +3 buff. You know what I mean? I don't think you build Lumen and Autochoir with Fulgurites in mind. I don't think you do, because they don't get as much of a benefit from it. Because they get the stealth is nice, but you can just like use call if you really have to. Overwatch, preventing Overwatch is cool, but I don't know if it's worth just taking this entire detachment. Advance and charge is fucking sweet, but I don't think it's worth taking this detachment for. I also don't like surge move because it means that you have to get shot. I think that giving Fulgurites that +1 attack is so pivotal that like running Fulgurites here doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter if they advance and charge because they're still going to deal no damage. You know what I mean? I want Volkite fields back on my Fulgies. Yeah, dude. Talk about a fucking reverse glow up. Let's try Data Som Lords. I do kind of like that. The Saf special. Data Som. Alright, let me remember what this thing is. So I know it's +1 strength and +1 melee. Sucks because you have to make the charge. So Mantle the Gosnarg. Let's see, change damage to 1. Fights first. Kinda sucks now. Especially with Fulgurites. Mechanicus Loca might be kind of nice. It's 10 points. Double. This is better on Corpy, so I don't think we even take that. Fight on Death is fucking fat. Honestly, fights first with Fight on Death might be pretty good. Okay, let's start making a shell though. Okay. What do we call this one? Is there a word for like melee or violence or punching that starts with E? Luminen is far better for Corpies. Yeah, I agree. Well, we can make a Corpies one. I don't think it's gonna be very good, but Volgies. Volgies fight Fiesta. Fighting Fiesta. I got game system, boom, catalog, Mechanicus, army roster. Okay. Pugilism. Yeah, priest pugilism, you're right. This already doesn't sound like fighting. It sounds like you're tearing somebody up like a fucking wild bear. Alright, so this one I think you definitely go double. Battle line. Double ranger. Infantry. Double, let's do double Fulgurites for now. Definitely triple servitors. They are actually pretty good in melee. It's like 24 melee attacks that can get -1 if you're within Skitarii. We have to max these guys out. We're absolutely maxing them out. We probably take a transport, huh? Probably take 2. Okay, characters. I think double Dominus. Oh wait, let me look at lords. Bots don't benefit from the rule because they're not cult mechanic. They're not cult mechanicus. No, they're Legio Cybernetica. Could fall back. You could fall back and charge in this detachment, which is actually super fat because then you can reapply your buff if you need to run and do something. -1 AP doesn't help them because they go on invulns anyway. And then this doesn't matter. We could run breachers as like a shooting shell. As like a, you know, hey, we need to kill something that Fulgurites can't. Do we run a 3-man or a 6-man? Maybe 2-3. No, I feel like if you're gonna invest in breachers, you have to go all the way. Let's do heavy arc rifle. Let's do 3. How much is 6? We can fit 6. He'll be our primary shooting threat. And then a Manipulus. We probably don't need the Manipulus, but... And then I guess, like, double... Disintegrator? Ooh, 260. Well, points might drop because of Thulia. If we have to, we can cut the Manipulus. I don't think he's 100% necessary. That was actually pretty easy. Because Dominus melee is pretty good, isn't it? 4 attacks, they'll be hitting on 2, 6 minus 2, 2. Yeah, they deal with quite a bit. And then we can give like we can give the Manipulus the fucking TL409. So they'll be like just like a death ball unit. The Cataphrons will be, and then the Cataphrons will be able to shoot outside of rapid fire. I don't need more damage too, so there's that. But they'll be able to shoot outside of rapid fire and stay hidden with this, which is kind of nice. They can fall back and shoot if they have to. A lot of battle shock happening here too. I won't put any enhancements on them just yet because I don't know about points. But yeah, double for the Fulgurites. That was easy. And then we wanted to make a Lumen one, huh? What do we call this one? Corpuscari. Or Corpi Cult of Killing with a C. Or we can call it like Luminen Litmus. Like as in like Mary Litmus. What am I looking for? There we go. Alright, this will be my last list. Let's do... Wait, what am I running this with? Fuck. I just assumed that I was like, oh yeah, Luminen, and then what else? Fuck. Rat Zone? I don't fucking know. What? Yeah, what would you run this with? Eradication or Explorer Maniple. Wow, yeah, there's like nothing to run this thing with. Holy shit. It's not the one I was looking at. This one is. Electro Priest rerolling hits and wounds of 1 is pretty good. I do like that. Advance and charge is cool because you can like run up a boat, hide behind a ruin, then next turn move, advance and charge. Surge move I don't really care about. Lethal hits. Corpies can definitely do some damage. Maybe I go triple Doom Rider. So triple Dune Rider, triple Corpuscari, triple Dominus. That might be kind of trash, not gonna lie. Disintegrator, Disintegrator. Doom Crawler? I think Corpies are better at shooting, but this is going to be an assault list, so I do like Disintegrators because I can get the +1 to hit versus any tanks that I need to take out. I have a lot of AP1 damage. Oh, wait. Maybe I take Thule? No, I'm not running Lords. I mean, I could take Thulia anyway. Yeah, no, because priests do benefit quite a bit from double Doctrinas. Triple Battleclave, question mark? Yeah, and then I'll have 20 points left over for any enhancements on the other list. Okay. 6 lists. All varying level of points, just in case. Is this the Fortnite Battle Bus list? Basically. I just read they forgot to check over the changes of Ruststalker damage in the army rule for bots, but I hope it's not intended. I don't think it is. It would be very dumb if they did that. I think like a lot of these data pack or faction packs are just a fucking hot mess. So I don't think it's anything worth fretting too much about. I'm sure they're just trying to get their shit together. $1 million company, by the way. Small indie company like James Workshop? No, they can't be arsed. But, alright. I think that's pretty solid. Shit. I guess I can just like throw on a game. I've been meaning to try these like bullet hell games, but we can chat for anyone that wants to chat. I'll stay for like 30 more minutes, I guess. Yep. There's these demos I've been wanting to play because Steam is having a sale right now, and I got a couple of games that I want to try before I commit. Oh, do I want to keep any of this open? No. We'll save these lists. Close Krita. No. Close Krita. Hot mess, I'm not even sure the microwave was plugged in. What demo did I get? There's this game called Terratech Legion. I want to try this one out. 11's going to be the first time I played since 8th. First time playing Admech. Is 9 chickens too many? No. If anything, some would argue that's the standard. I think like the amount of chickens that you take is kind of like very variant throughout the edition. Like it was like fucking 12 for a while, and then it went down to like 6. I think I'm usually happy with 6, and then now it's at probably 9. Is probably the best. Whoa. Extra reroll. Whoa, extra rerolls. Where's that in Admech? Call? Oh, this game's good. I want a bullet hell to play. Seems to run really smooth. Is there an 11th list builder, or are we just using the power of imagination? Power of imagination for sure, yeah. The guy that makes that app is pretty good. Okay, wait. Up, accelerate. Wait! Oh, okay. Okay, it's like a bullet hell. Ow! This is really hard to control. I feel like this would be easier on controller. Can I run these things over? Oh, I can. Okay, that helps. Yeah, the guy that runs List Forge, he's pretty on it. So hopefully he'll do it soon. I see boxes. Am I supposed to grab these? Yes. These are very Admech names. The ZK-47. Coil Blaster sounds cool. Oh, I get to like custom. Wait, that's cool. This is my Coil Blaster. Oh. Oh. Wait, I just lost a tire. Wait. That's kind of cool. You can build your own little car. No. Wait, the controls are a little fucky. No. Oh, do I have to? Okay, wait, I have to rotate this. Fuck. There we go. There we go. There we go. We'll add it up here. Oh, but I can't shoot because this... See, that's really cool, actually. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, this is kind of tight. My Coil Blaster. Go. Yeah. Shut up, bot. Get out of here. But hopefully, I think there's a rumor that there's gonna be an MFM. I know a lot of people were saying that there wasn't gonna be one, but I think in one of the articles they said like, hey, yeah, there's gonna be an MFM. So maybe that's where they're gonna reflect the points before the edition starts. But I'm not like 100% sure. I need to head to sleep soon, so catch you later. I'll make your review notes at some point. Oh shit, that's right. Let's do that. That is correct. That is correct. Oh, the names are fucking truncated. Fuck, I can't see them because of streamer mode. Did you put it in Admech competitive or casual? I don't see it. Unless it's this like is it the Cohort Cybernetica Cohort Acquisitus one? Is that the one? I'm assuming it is. At the end of today's article, they stated there would be a miniature reveal next week. Come on, bro. Just post it tomorrow. There's nothing else to reveal. I think this is the one. No, I see it. Okay, I see it. Snipping tool. Actually, no. Notepad. Let me just drag it here. So looks like this is a rad zone core list. Can I make the text bigger? No. Shit. So call Cybernetica Detachment rad zone? Okay. Cybernetic Data Smith, Engine Seer, Thulia. Okay. So far, so Triple Ranger. Yeah, probably. Castellan Robots, sick. Phosphor Blaster. I don't know about that one. I'm not confident in that, personally. Assume with Lords of Forge. Okay. No Data Smith? Oh wait, no, there's one. With Radial Suffusion. I'm assuming that's probably like the mobile one. Onager Dune Crawler, Neutron Laser, Neutron Laser. Okay. Tyrexi Skystalker, Cerastus Night Lancer. I'm assuming a Conqueror list. Well, I don't know, it could be either or actually. It seems a little light, but that's probably because you have a knight. I'm personally not a fan of Phosphor Blasters. I don't know. I'm not confident that they're going to be good. Cuz it feels like people are like, "Oh, bots are back." And it's like I don't like disagree, but I don't think that they're back because they shoot any better. They just move better. Like there's nothing that made the guns good, you know what I mean? So, if the default was always fists, I think the default still stays fists because it doesn't. Nothing changes for the guns. They're not more like notable. Just throw knights, robots, and Thulia at the enemy. Yeah, I mean, I figured that's what you're trying to do. I feel like if you're gonna throw stuff at the enemy, then you might as well just go double fist. I feel like if you fight if you fight anything that is not somewhat like Space Marine, like if it's like Necrons, Tau, Orcs, Tyranids, like you're gonna have a lot of like threat saturation. I like hybrid because of the versatility. That's fair, I guess. I am worried that you don't have enough guns, in the sense of like, if you face something with a lot of bodies, you might be stuck. I feel like if I was like a GSC player, I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna trap you all game. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're going tall. That makes sense. Lords will probably do a lot of the carrying here, though. We're just making these two with Lords is so gross. I don't know much about the Night Lancer. I think I've played it like once, and I wasn't impressed by it. I played it a game. It was a stream game against Lily, and it got stuck in combat for like 2 turns, and I was like, wow, okay. It's alright. It's not my kind of list, so maybe that's why I'm a little hesitant on it. I like having a bunch of trash everywhere. Somewhat. Not like Skitari Hunter Cohort levels of trash, personally. I don't know. I think maybe people are taking the bot buffs. Like, I get that everyone wants shooting bots. I do too. But I don't think this is like a buff to shooting bots. Oh, shit. I feel like, I don't know. I was like I said, I was properly whelmed by this reveal. I really wanted Cohort Inquisitors to be better. And I think it's just like alright right now. I'm not the biggest fan of it. But I mean, like I said, it remains to be seen. There's a lot to still like kind of take a look at. So, I think once we figure out more of how 4th edition booster jet. Explosive damage. I think the more we figure out about how 11th edition plays, maybe it'll be a little bit better. Boost power. What is happening right now? Oh, I'm opening like 5 crates. Oh, okay. Auto gun. Wait a second. Kind of a fan. Explosive damage. What does this do? I'm assuming it like drops bombs. Here, we'll put it there. Jet. No, down. I need you to go down. Oh, I see. Boost power. Sure. I think I know what I'm doing. I don't really have any here. That's like every Admech reveal since 9th edition, except for those people wanting to do the Desert fishing for places. Yeah, you know what? I just like I kind of just want to know what their like line of thinking is, because I really don't get it. It's like, it's not like this problem is not well known, you know what I mean? And I know that Admech isn't like the only army dealing with this, but it's just like, you've had like 2 years to learn about this. So like, why does it keep happening? You know what I mean? Like this, like, you know what? I can't imagine that GW doesn't know what the weaknesses of the armies are and how they can be made better. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I think like Admech is probably one of the worst armies in the game in terms of design, like, and that's very evident, right? Because of the fact that, like, you know, our changes is like a fucking college essay worth of changes, basically. I don't understand where I'm getting all these guns. Autogun. More autoguns. Oh, do you add it to these things and then it like powers them up? This is kind of cool. Okay, well, how do I add it though? Like that? What am I saying? Yeah, like, I don't know. I just can't imagine that they don't know that. Like, I still think that Admech's design is probably like one of the worst, and it's evident by the fact that we have like this, you know, college thesis worth of changes. But like, how do you look at that and then continue to make the fucking slop that you did? And I also don't think that it's like, I as much as I like Lords of the Forge, I don't think it's a good thing. You know what I mean? The fact that like something that powerful exists in that metric, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good for game balance, and especially not for build diversity. Like, why are you gonna make 7 detachments for like every army or so if you're not going to balance them properly for people to have a reason to build them? Like, I kind of felt the same way with Chaos. Like the Cabal of Chaos thing, I kind of like it. You know, there's like no reason to take Demon Princes. Here's a thing that kind of buffs your Demon Princes and buffs your Sorcerers. Cool, right? Cool idea. But like, why release it to be trash? And maybe you didn't know it was trash the first time, right? Okay, fair enough. You didn't know it was trash the first time. You didn't know that you wrote a bad rule, whatever. But then, like, you rewrite it as a 1 DP attachment, and it's somehow worse. Like, it was already a 1 DP attachment. You know what I mean? Like, by every metric, you didn't take it. And then now they're like, we're gonna make it 1 DP, and we're gonna make it worse. It's like, why? Kind of the same with Experimental Cadre. Like, that one I'm kind of sad about, because I started building Tau. Like, I've always liked Tau. I've always meant to, it's like 2D Terra Tech. I'm pretty sure this game is called Terra Tech, actually. Isn't it? Yeah, it's Terra Tech Legion. Is it Terra Tech like a franchise or something? Omni or Tech Priests meta now. All about meta. They provide a buff that makes everything really good, but I don't know if that's safe meta. Meta as far as meta, like it's kind of like, are Technomancers meta? No. But are Technomancers with rates meta? Yes. You know what I mean? But yeah, but it's the same with like the Tau detachment, because the Tau like Experimental Cadre, like I was always gonna build Tau. I had Tau boxes for a while, and I was like, I'll get to it when I get to it. But like when I did play Tau in 8th edition, it was because of the Borg concept, and then they brought it back and all these cool guns and shit. And I was like, listen, it might not be the best, but it is playable, right? It is good. And like, then they were like, no, let's just murder it and make it like 10 times worse. It's like, why? Like, why though? Like, a lot of these 1DP reworks were not good, in my opinion. Coming from 8th edition, I don't feel like we have a dedicated Admech guy designing it. I read the army rules for others and think, yeah, that sounds like fits like us. Lords of the Forge didn't exist. Yeah. If Lords of the Forge didn't exist, we would still play Halo. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think that, like, whoever is making our rules is not the same person that made them in the past. I don't think so. What the fuck is a flak gun? Wait. Repair rate. Should I start adding like bricks? This is kind of cool. I got no fuck with this game. I can imagine me playing it, like buying it and playing it for like 2 days and never touching it again. Though it just seems like one of those. I think Lords of the Forge is better than some 3DP attachments. I don't know any 3DP detachments that are particularly bad. I think it's better than a lot of 2DP detachments, like, for example, the Explorer Manifold. Like, I don't understand why Explorer Manifold didn't get turned into a 2DP, kind of like Kabbalah. Maybe it's because it's a Codex one. That's probably why, and they're just gonna wait till the Codex to rewrite it. Because it does seem like a lot of the Codex attachments are not being changed. It's only the digital ones, which is fair because they're trying to make you use your Codex again. That's good for some armies and bad for others. And in our case, it's not very good. So, Canoptic Core is 3DP. I don't know enough about Canoptic Core, but I know it's not the one you play. Normally, it's Annihilation Legion, Star Shatter, or I don't know if people still play Pantheon. Is it Annihilation Legion? No. What am I thinking of? What's like the generic one that everyone plays? Oh, that is no. Annihilation is the Destroyer Cult one, isn't it? Also, all of IA's detachments. Well, I mean, come on now. I never got my hopes up for them. Explosive. Do I have any explosive damage guns? Pickup range, repair rate. Oh my god, so much crates. Jesus. Stud Blaster. So, like, I'm trying to understand this game. Do I have to, like, tear everything apart just to add another block of shit? Right? Because I can go, like, now I can do this, right? Boom. Boom. Wait. Boom. Boom. Hold on a minute. I might be cooking. This is very silly. Can I not put it down there? Yeah. There we go. Do I have to put this like next to the thrusters like I do the other thing? Awakened. That's what I'm thinking. Wait, so a Canoptic Court is not... Yeah. 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 I guess this doesn't work the way that I think it does. Okay. Anyway, gun. Oh, fuck! Annihilation is fun. I actually lost some Annihilation Legion in tournament. It wasn't like hard, but it was. I got dipped by raids basically. Like I saw the Scorpex and I was like, I'm not scared of them. I like wiped the Scorpex. I wiped everything, but it was literally just the raids that were the game. Oh yeah. I guess it doesn't matter where you run raids as long as you have Technomancer raids, you just kind of win. That's the first time I was playing ERAD. I brought ERAD to a GT. I was gonna make a video on it, like I said, but I don't know. The footage was kind of fucky. It was weird because like one of the GTs that I went to, I have two cameras basically. I have a GoPro and an Insta360 that I use for snowboarding. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. So the first GT, like the Insta360 was like super, like that was the one that was working. Like the GoPro was giving me problems because it was like shutting off and stuff like that. So then I used the Insta360 for this next one. I was like, okay, so this is gonna be my main camera and the GoPro will be my backup. And then the Insta360 started turning off all the time, but the GoPro ran for like an hour. And I was like, what the fuck? So like they're both being very unreliable and like the footage was all chopped and shit. And I was like, well, I can still probably salvage this because I do it like the first video where I took pictures of the board. But I wasn't taking pictures of the board because I thought it was recording. So I was like, well, this is a fucking wash. And that's why I didn't make it. You would have seen me get dipped by a fucking Annihilation Legion. To be fair, that tournament was also really rough. I just got over like I had a cold and I didn't have a voice. Like I was talking like this for most of the tournament. It was really bad. My throat was all messed up. Can we make Rad Zone great again? I don't know. I'm not particularly sold on Rad Zone. I know a lot of people have been experimenting with it, but I don't really see what makes it good. Like, there hasn't been anything added to Rad Zone that like necessarily makes it really strong. Bar Cohort Acquisitus. I was gonna do like Rad Zone Cohort Acquisitus. I thought that was gonna be really good. But then I saw the rest of Cohort Acquisitus and I was like, it's not that good. It's not that good in my opinion. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to build my little space. Shit, what did I buy? What is this? Flacagun XL. Whoa. We'll add it here. Wait, can I put this in this pinion here? The level of customizability in this game is kind of sick. The camera controls are a little annoying though. So I can't have it like off to the side, kind of like. Okay, I just need you to move for a second, please. Oh yeah, I could do that. Does it not rotate? Shoot straight? It looks like it hinges. Okay, well in that case. And then... I think that works that way. I don't really know how this all works, but... yeah, so I don't know. I don't think that there was, like, a lot that makes Rad Zone good. I think it's basically just Lords of the Forge plus whatever you feel like it. Which I don't think makes Rad Zone good. I think it's just crap. It's not like buffing. It's more just like you have more options. Lord of the Forge has AOC, fall back and shoot, charge, and assault. Actually, so good, yeah. But like, AOC is nice, but that's on a tech priest unit. You're not really running, like, what tech priest unit are you really running in Rad Zone that isn't, like, the sus catacombs? You know what I mean? And then, fallback, shoot, and charge, yeah, that is nice. But it's on a tech priest unit, so it's like, again, what tech priest unit are you fallback, shooting, and charging with? It's usually just the Lords. I think it's really good for creatures, but creatures are kind of overpriced. And then obviously we stop with the boss, right? You can fall back shooting charges, which is nice. But I don't think that's a Rad Zone thing. I think that's a Cohort Cybernetica thing. If anything, I think Cohort Cybernetica works better with Lords than Rad Zone ever does. So. I think Battle Shock is going to be very strong. Yeah. I don't know. Because, like, the thing is that Rad Zone doesn't debuff Battle Shock tests, to my knowledge. You take a test, and then you see if you're shocked, right? Bar the first turn. So it's like, it's not really increasing your odds in any way. It's not even increasing the amount of tests you have to shoot. The only thing that, like, Lords does help it in the sense that, like, you can Battle Shock vehicles, but, like, Rad Zone doesn't directly get any buffs from Battle Shock. I got elimination manifold on Will, some people watching the stream. Where'd you find one? Jesus. I was looking for one the other day because I was like, I saw like 3 of them once, but I was like, I don't need this because I have call. I want everything in this box, but I have call and I feel like I lose value. And then like I had a retrospective moment. It was like, this was like when I first started the channel. And then I was like, wait, I can still use this. I'll just have an extra call and just like give it to somebody or something. And then by then they were kind of hard to find everywhere. Oh, I hurt myself. Lord of the Forge with Psycho seems really spicy. Yes, I agree. I think that Psycho has a lot more synergy with Lords of the Forge than Rat Zone. Unless like, but it not by much, because like Psycho only benefits through stealths, right? Because like there's really no other tech priests that you would be running inside of Psycho. And then for Rad Zone, I think it makes Breachers better because you can run sus Breachers with your Manipulus and stuff, right? But it's, I don't know, it's not by much in my opinion. This game looks pretty cool. I've been playing 10-10 Swarm and enjoying it. It feels almost like Cross-Up Management blended together. And 10 Swarm, I'll have to try it out. Engine's here with a big, I'm assuming gun from Lords of Forge. I wouldn't give an Engine Seer that personally because like he dies to like a Swift Breeze. I mean, like you could lone op him and try to shoot it, but normally you kind of want to hide your Engine Seers. I'm personally more interested in Rad Zone for the theme rather than the mechanics. If they screwed up Rad Zone and threw it in the bin and made some other themed detachment, I wouldn't mind. That's fair. I'm thinking of like how is it like actually viable? Insufficient connections, what? So, can I just like select a bunch of things and like just move it up? Because I don't want to like tear this whole thing apart. I mean, I guess I could just like scrap this whole thing, right? Reset. There we go. I don't know. This. Yeah. This. And then let's have flak guns. I like these flak guns. Wait, this isn't a flak gun. Fuck. Whatever. There. Is this supposed to go in the front? What does this do? Knockback, ramming, knockback plus 20. But I'm assuming this is like a generator or something. I think. Coil blasters there. Triple turbine. Whoa. Is this a turbine? No, reflex. Oh, these are going in the front. That's right. Auto gun. Bah. Wait, fuck. Bah. 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 I love me my auto guns. Scorpion MP will go on the side here. And the other one on the side there. Look at that. There was a store in Canada that closed a few years ago. Apparently they had one left before they shut down. The owner sold it to me. Surprised I even found his webpage. It wasn't updated in years. So glad he ships to the US. That is a fucking find, my friend. That is awesome, dude. Yeah. Talk about lucky. Let's add these in the back, I guess. Wait. It bothers me that it's not symmetrical. Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to connect tires. My little chode tank. Maybe we do something like this. Put the repair rate stuff here. And then flak gun here. Other flak gun here. Wait, let me rotate. Oh, that is very small though. Oh, here. Let's make a little platform for it. There we go. This is fun. I fuck with this. It's like me autistically building a fucking death machine. So Rad Zone. Field bots to hold center objective. Tyraxes to deep strike, punishing the opponent for leaving the Rad Zone. Then we can probably get away with running chicken spam. Like Rad Zone plus Lords, right? Is what I'm assuming. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like Tyraxes to punish an opponent for leaving, it's like what the guys with strength 3 pistols, those guys, I don't think they're gonna do much punishment. If anything, I think what you do is run them up and try to lock them into the field. The good thing, I probably should have mentioned this on this actually when we were reviewing it. The good thing is radial suffusion is kind of like an auto take because it reaches and covers most of their expansion objective, mostly. So that is like really good because that there I can see the battle shock actually being kind of relevant. If you can like run up some infiltrators there and then force them to take a test at -2 every single turn, like that would be pretty big. That I agree with. But you're also, you know, having to suicide charge your infiltrators up there to just for the chance of battle shocking, which I think is maybe not the best game plan personally. So that's just me though. That's what I think. I mean, like, it might be worth it. That's actually probably a list that I'll build later. Is maybe one that can depend on infiltrators to battle shock more in Rad Zone. If it would be cool if Rad Zone did like, oh, you deal 1 mortal wound, but you deal, I don't know, 2 if they're battle shock instead. Like they take 1 and then they take a battle shock test. If they get battle shocked, they take an additional. I think that would be sick. I was thinking Sterilizer's not Sky Stalker since you can since Flamer seems super good in 11. Yeah, that's fair. It would depend though. I'm assuming if you're running Castellans, you probably go with Conqueror lists. So then your Flamers can go into 81, which is pretty nice. And I do think Sterilizer stocks are up because it is a lot easier to hit an objective now with Flamer. You only get the rerolls of 1. So, oh my god. You only get the rerolls of 1 unless the Skitarii are nearby, but I feel like that's good enough, honestly. Because it is so much easier to draw line of sight to an objective, like out the field. Radial Suffusion auto take, but you can charge the units because you can't charge the units that are already battle shocked. Wait, because you can't charge the units that are not already battle shocked. What do you mean? I feel like my autoguns are not doing damage. Maybe I should start driving backwards, actually. Oh shit! Alright. Maybe not. Get away from me. Oh no, I made a mistake. Ooh! Drive backwards. There's healing in front of this giant mob. Like I see it's right there. Does ramming do damage to me? Psycho Forge, Dominus secretly OP, Battle Shocks vehicles, turns vehicle shooting off, D6 morals, and lowers weapon skill on the way. Alright, but I don't know about relying on Data Spike. I think Thulia is really sick though, because like Thulia with the Dominus, or Thulia with Lord can do the mortal bomb, as well as like Battle Shock. Turning off shooting, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that. It depends on where you want to take Psycho, because like, where are you taking a Dominus in Psycho? Would be my question, right? There's nothing that he can really go with that is like really good. Oh! Wait, this is... Yes. I can't wait till I understand the game enough to follow this conversation. Don't worry, you will. I remember when I was like, even to some regards now, I still don't understand all of 40K. Like, there are armies I still haven't faced in this game. I haven't played 40K for a long time, but a lot of it has been like with the same people, so it's like the same armies. If anything, the only thing that's expanded my like knowledge of playing competitive is by going to competitive events and just kind of like raw dogging. Which honestly, like, I know a lot of people don't like doing that, but it is kind of the best way to get into it. It's just to dive in head first. Like, you shouldn't be afraid of the tournaments. It is the best place to learn. And if at nothing else, like, I feel like this is a problem that a lot of competitive players have with casuals. Like, I don't dislike casual players. I don't mind them. But it's like if you really are in it for the love of the game, then like I understand not wanting to face a medalist all the time. I'm stuck. I understand not wanting to face a medalist all the time, but like tournaments aren't always medalists. Like there is quite a bit of them depending on your region. But like if you are like, I just want to play 40k to roll some dice and have some fun, then like I feel like you should be okay with just going to a tournament. You know what I mean? It's like what people say about YouTube. It's like, oh, I just do YouTube for the fun of it. But then they'll be like, well, my channel isn't growing and I'm not making money. It's like, so are you in it for the love of the game or are you in it for views? You know what I mean? Like, I'll be the first to say, like, I like making videos, but like, I do want to grow my channel and make a little bit of profit off of it so that I can continue to do Warhammer content, right? Like, that is my goal. But I know people that are always like, oh, I just do YouTube for fun. I don't care about the money or anything. I'm just passionate. It's like, then why are you complaining about views? I kind of feel the same way about casual players in some regard. It's like, if you want to just play Warhammer and learn and, you know, get around, it's a good excuse to just play 6 games of Warhammer in 2 days. You know what I mean? Which, for me, that's all I need. It's just like, I just want to play Warhammer. But I don't mind facing conquests. Rip. This is a pretty fun game. I don't know if I'll buy it. I'll try it a little bit more. I think heavy infantry and vehicles might be a real thing in 11th edition with terrain cover and objective changes. I personally don't think that heavy melee is gonna, or heavy infantry is gonna be that good, because once they said that you have to be fully within to be hidden and to get cover, I was like, well, what the fuck's the point? Like, there's realistically only a couple of places that you can get full cover with like a 10-man squad or something. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, now I feel like vehicles still keep the same thing where they always have cover no matter what, because they're just always behind the terrain piece, right? So it's like, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, vehicles are always going to have cover, but you actually have to go out of your way to give infantry cover. So I feel like you just spam vehicles, which was already a criticism of 11th, was vehicles are just too good, right? So it seems like they kind of nerfed it, in my opinion. They kind of nerfed how good cover is on infantry, because it has to be wholly within, but then vehicles don't have to do that. And it's like, okay, so you just play vehicles. You know what I mean? Why be -1 to hit within a terrain piece that you always have to be like conscious that you're inside of and whatever, when you can just be a vehicle, poke out from the side and shoot through a ruin? Like, I just kind of don't get the point. I mean, Paul runs some Buren spam at every comp event he can. I run heavy armor rads on every. Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. But I also think like there's a lot of people that are just kind of like, oh, I'm a casual player, which is fine, but like, competitive people ruin the game, and it's like, but you've never been to a tournament. How can you say that? You know what I mean? It just seems like a bias. What the fuck? I already installed it. Chat. I just want to play this game. I already installed it. Okay. All right, well, I guess I'm not playing this demo. I guess I'll just look up videos of if this game is good. I did want to buy Mega Bonk. That is a game that I've always had, like, in the side of my eye. Um, is there a way you can just, like, move? I just want to buy one game, but I have all these in my cart. Fuck. Should I just write them down somewhere? Notepad. Well, give me 1 second. Gigantes, Ex Machina. I wish there was an option to like move something to your wish list from your cart, but I guess not. Ruga. Okay. So let's see. Remove, 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 continue. Guys, don't look at my payment info. Even though it's not even on the monitor. Okay. They're awesome to play with. You just have to make your intention, or sorry, competitive people ruin it when they are a pain to you. But in my experience, outside of a tournament, if you play with them and make it clear, I'm here to hang out and enjoy some fights. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, um, I won't bring a competitive list because like I just like sometimes I'll just be like, yeah, I just want to run 9 dragoons. You know what I mean? As long as the intention is made clear, I don't think anyone cares. If anything, I feel like the thing is, I think that people kind of they see somebody who brings like a very competitive list to their LGS and they think, oh, this guy is hyper competitive and he just wants to stomp people. And it's like most of the time the people that do that aren't competitive players. They're like kind of like wannabes. You know what I mean? Like just because somebody brings a competitive list doesn't mean that they're a competitive player if they're looking to stomp people. I guess is my point. It's kind of loud. That's just my point, because like I feel like most comp players, like you tell them, hey, I don't want to play anything competitive, and they're like, oh, okay, and they don't bring it. I feel like I guess it's like the difference is bad faith. You know what I mean? They're awesome to play with. You just have to make your intentions clear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because I learn a lot from like competitive players, even in a casual setting. And even then, like, my rule usually when I go to an event is, like, most of my list will be competitive, but, like, I will play something that I just find fun that day. So, like, for me, it was, when I went to an event called Green Banner, I was like, I'm going to build a competitive Halo list, but the twist is I have 3 Dune Crawlers, and I want them to have stealth and +1 toughness to, like, stat check people, right? Or, like, I'll build a Skitarii Hunter cohort list, but I'm going to run 2 Dragoons. Like, that's kind of what I do, just to, like, spice things up, and it's not so, like, you know, I guess sweaty. Some people don't like to lose and play armies that lower the odds. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the... I'm gonna show up with 3 Catan thing, and I just like Catan, and it's like, okay, but like, you know, lists like that, I think you probably kind of want to talk to somebody beforehand. But if you face them in a tournament, it's kind of like, I see it as a challenge. I'm kind of like, okay, well, I had to face Catan at some point. You know what I mean? Like, some point, I'm gonna have to face triple Defiler. I've only faced double Defiler. But if I was in a tournament and I fight triple Defiler, I'm not going to think like, oh, this guy's just chasing the meta. I'm going to be like, oh, well, I mean, time to see if I can actually handle this thing. You know? Honestly, I hate that you can attack through terrain walls in melee. And then all you have to do is sit and toe an objective marker. Yeah, you know, I know a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like the fact that you can't fight through walls. And I'm like, but like, if we assume... especially for the narrative of immersion people, right? If we assume that you can't shoot through a wall because we want to make shooting fair, then what logic is there that you can fight through one? You know what I mean? It's like, I can't draw a line of sight to you with my gun, but you can hit me with an axe through a wall. Okay. Oh shit, but I trapped myself in here. I don't hate comp players. I hate GW getting rid of fun narrative stuff like Crusade. Yeah, I've never been a Crusade guy, but that doesn't mean I wanted them to get rid of it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to make a game both narrative and competitive, you know what I mean? And I think that like a nice in-between is probably fine, and people just have to realize that that's how things work, you know what I mean? It's like you can't have it both ways. You have 2 subset of people that you're trying to feed. Like, imagine if you had a friend who, like, is allergic to, I don't fucking know. He's allergic to peanut butter, and the other friend's allergic to shrimp, and you're serving peanut butter shrimp. Like, you gotta appease one of them, right? Or you can just say, like, hey, I know you really like peanut butter, but are allergic to shrimp, and I know you really like shrimp, but are allergic to peanut butter. How about we just, instead of saying, like, oh, today I'll feed you peanut butter, and tomorrow I'll feed you shrimp, how about we just have pizza? You know what I mean? How about we just accept the fact that we both can't exist in this space and we just compromise with the middle ground? You know what I mean? Axe through a window, I guess. I know, I just don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it either, personally. You can always tell the wannabes based on how rapidly they try to play you after beating one. Yeah, so like Bricky, he was saying that he talked to one of the Art of War guys, and they were telling him an example. They called them, what did he say? They called them mid-table heroes. It's like people who like ever only go like 4 and 2, and they're just like the worst people to play against. Because they were saying, like, Bricky was trying to say that the Art of War guys, and in his experience, it's true, it's never the casual, the super casual, nor is it ever the super competitive. It's always the people in between that try to be one or the other. You know what I mean? Which is true. I think that's very valid. Because, like, comp players, like I said, casual players that really are casual players, like, to the bone, they don't give a shit. They're like, hey, I'm going to run, like, 90 orc boys, and then we're going to see what happens. And he's like, cool, yeah, alright, sick. And then comp players will be like, well, either I win or I lose. So, like, I had a guy who was, the second game I faced, no, third game I faced, it was Crew Hunting Pack. And he's just like, I really like Crew. And he fucking bodied the shit out of me. And I was like, sick, man. Well, he's like, I don't really care if you kill all my guys. That's kind of the point. And I was like, same, because I was running, like, Admech Horde at the time. But yeah, it was a fun game, and I was a comp guy, and he was a casual guy. You know, he wasn't like bickering or anything. Neither was I. He had like Commander Farsight with like a Kroot head. All his like battle suits had Kroot head. I thought it was sick as shit. He's a super cool guy. What was his name? Mason, I think? He's a cool guy. Peanut butter shrimp pizza, maybe. GW didn't kill narrative play. I need to pause. GW didn't kill narrative play. They're still going to support it if they didn't like the Crusade system, which I get. Crusade leagues have always gone way out of hand after the third. You know, I've heard that. I've heard that Crusade tends to kind of devolve into just a bunch of shit after a while. I once ran 3 onagers and over 100. That's fucking stupid. That's awesome, huh? I had to explain to my mid-table hero why I can't take the game seriously. I don't think he got it. 100 Skatari, bro. How did you fit? What, bro, how fit were you by the end of the event? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like a misunderstanding. It's kind of like it's just people like kind of drawing biases and drawing conclusions based on what they think a comp player is like, because they faced one guy that was an asshole and they were like, well, that has to be a comp player, therefore I don't like comp players. You know what I mean? That's usually how I feel about it. But I've never really had a negative experience with any Warhammer player. I've had a worse experience with Magic the Gathering people than I have Warhammer players. I feel like there was one guy that kind of... Yeah, there was one guy. He was a Death Guard player. He kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I think I've told that story before, though. I'm supposed to, like, not just run around. I'm supposed to do stuff in this game, aren't I? Bought a bunch of movement trays and made it easy. Hey, fair enough. I feel like Admech is very, like, movement tray aversive because you need to spread out your Skatari. I guess now it doesn't matter this edition. But I've always felt like I never wanted to get movement trays because I'm always having to be like, alright, this guy's going to go over here so that this guy can get Doctrina, but this guy in the squad is going to go over there so that this guy can get Doctrina, you know? Like, properly spacing out my units and shit. That's why I've always felt like it's, I'd never wanted to get movement trays. Plus, like, remember we used to be able to run Skataris in 20s. I feel like at that point, like, I'd probably be. But 10 isn't too hard to manage. You just kind of move them in a general direction and then spread them out as you need them for Doctrina. Yeah, no, I haven't had... Luckily, like, I did face, like, a super comp guy, and he was, like, it was one of those moments where it's, like, I make a bunch of mistakes, which is fine. You can make mistakes in games. I'm not beyond, like, takebacks or anything. But when you make mistakes that only ever benefit you, it's like... you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, well, I don't know about that. At some point, you have to make a mistake that doesn't benefit you, you know what I mean? Because then it's, like, believable. It's like, okay, well, you're just messing up. And, you know, sometimes it's... Normally, when you mess up, it doesn't help you. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does. But most of the time, it doesn't. And it's like, I don't know about this. My list is whatever I bought on a whim that I spent too much money on and had the motivation to paint. Yeah, that's kind of how I started my list. I was like, I like crabs, so I bought a bunch of crabs. And then I was like, I like rust stalkers, so I made a bunch of rust stalkers. And then I eventually started putting lists together. Now is where I'm kind of like fine-tuning stuff. Like now I'm kind of like purposefully buying Iron Striders, you know what I mean? But before I just bought them because I thought they looked cool. And then I painted them and now I hate them. I didn't care, casual, and I didn't want to make others mad taking forever. That's fair. Yeah, my first GT, I timed out every single match, So it's just, you know, it's me learning how to play the game. You know, I hope your day is going well. Just want to drop in and answer a question as needed. I'm the author of the TTB review for Admech. Oh. I didn't read the article yet. You know what? I did say that we would read it. So once I die in this, I will read it. I'll stream it. Gosh, let's make Rad Zone great again. You can make mistakes to benefit you. What is the sorcery? Yeah, it's like so what ended up happening in that game. I'll go over it once I finish this round. I don't think I'm gonna live for very long because I've never played this game before. But yeah, let's after I die eventually in Megabonk, we'll pull up the tabletop battles article because I did want to read it, and then I'll show you guys what happened in that game that I was playing, the Death Guard player. It's kind of hard to describe unless, you know, I kind of like show you. I think it was layout 6 we were playing in, so I can try to get the layout and then I can open up the painting app again. There's several paths for Rad to go in 11th. It's worthwhile to explore with AK, playing 2x10 infiltrators and tons of battle line. Really? What is your reasoning for the battle line? Is it in the article? Because otherwise, then I'll just read the article and I'll save you re-explaining yourself. Oh shit, there's a lot of goblins. That said, Radlords has been a great playtest 6 games so far in. That's sick. Yeah, I think Radlords is a pretty good one. I've been hesitant on Rad, just because I've had a lot of people, like, I've kind of already said this, but I've had a lot of people saying like Rad Zone is going to be so much better. I obviously haven't played the game, so maybe you can give me a little bit better insight. But I don't feel like there's anything that necessarily benefits Rad Zone in particular. You know what I mean? My judgment of Lords is it doesn't make any detachment any better. It's just very good. So it's like Lords plus what? It's basically Lords plus whatever you can, because you can't run it with Halo or E-Rad Cohort, which I don't think E-Rad Cohort should be 3. I think if anything, Lords benefits Psycho bot spam better because it like directly has something for it. But I think it's just, if you're playing it with Rad Zone, it's not because there's any sort of synergy there. It's just stapled because it's good. I'm NDA compliant, so I have an informed opinion. But yeah, no, that's fine. Whatever you can get into. And like I said, I'll read the article so that we can kind of... I'm assuming you can talk about the stuff that's in the article, so I can bounce off of you there. Oh shit. Damage Stone. Death and Megabonk, simply don't die in you. Well, I'm assuming people want to actually, you know, consume Admech content. I am just kind of yapping right now, but it's because I was building lists for 3 hours. But the edition comes out in like 5 days. I'm surprised they're still holding NDA against you. Ooh. Isn't there a thing that makes this fast? Oh shit. With NDA, can you talk about points? I think most Rad Lords would be fun at least. I'm assuming that probably is going to be a thing that happens once it's out. Don't be a coward, bring 120 Skitari battle line plus 30 Rusties, 10 infiltrators, and 1 blade. Lock out the sun with metal. So I'm like trying to read chat in my other monitor by playing. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna die eventually because I'm trying to read your guys' chat. Can't mention points. Yeah, that's fair. The meta is shaping up to be heavy on prawns, knights, and undercosted MEQs. And Massive BG does a great job at pressuring them and having gameplay against them. I can't even look at my screen right now. Skitari, I want to spam Big Force Skitari. That is gonna have to wait to be seen. MEQs, marine equivalents, really? I figured that they would die pretty easily. I heard that MSQs is gonna be kind of the way to go because of just like how much you can fit in a ruin. I did have like a mock-up board of 11th set up last month, and I was trying to fit 10 infiltrators in there and I couldn't do it. And then I saw Siegler's game and I was like, yep, you definitely can't do it. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be very possible. Did I not start this? I thought I did. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm going to die eventually because I have to like unlock the level or whatever. Flesh is weak, need to sleep. Cheers for the stream. Thank you for stopping by. 2x5 fusels on a boat with or without marshals is going to be very exciting. You'll likely have new toy syndrome and be overplayed on the outside, but they gotta play in red. Yeah, so the lists I was building earlier in stream, I think like 2 or 3 of them had Fusiliers. I'm not high on Fusiliers. I'm adding them simply because I think that they're going to drop in points. And if they do drop in points, then I think they are going to be pretty good, honestly. But as it stands, I don't think that they're that great. I know that like the battlefield, the Battlesphere uplink synergy kind of got killed. So there is less reason to take them on a boat. So maybe that's, you know, another reason. Because for me, it wasn't so much like their cost is bad, but it was their cost on top of everything else. But if like boats aren't as mandatory because of the way that they can't like synergize with them anymore, then, you know, that's a little bit better, I guess. I still rather take Iron Striders, but alright, time to die. Okay. My local Warhammer store was cool. Before I knew 11th edition was going to come out, they stopped me from buying a 10th edition starter box and rulebook. Thank God. Yeah. Let's pull up the article though. Goonhammer. Sorry, still know it as that. Yeah, I didn't read it. I meant to. Okay, boom. All right. I appreciate you writing everything, but I'm gonna skim some of this stuff. Okay, so I actually foresee Hastari to play midboard and Rad Zone, but Cataphrons also exist. Yeah, but I want Cataphrons to drop before I start relying on them. I think since the hazard changes that these things will be better than the destroyers, but breachers I'm still kind of like about, you know. What's our best unit into Chaos Knights? Iron Striders. Iron Striders and breachers. Okay, all balanced data state improvements to units are merged into the errata. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of people were worrying about that. They were like, "Oh, they reverted Rusties." I'm like, "Nah, they didn't. I don't think they're going to do that." Frame keyword. I don't know where the frame keyword really applies. Is it just like a way of saying like vehicle or like frame in terms of like hole measurement? I'm assuming. Oh God, words. A lot of them. Do they expect me to read? Sorry, Catch. I'm infamous for being bad at reading. MSU destroyers is appetizing, but at strength 8, you're really disincentivized from pointing them at vehicles. They're there to mulch MEQ. Yeah, I agree. MSU destroyers, though, really. I tend to like to run them as bombs, but I can see it because I feel like their damage isn't enough. It's a lot of damage. If they were like damage 3, then I would run MEQ, or MSU, but. The Rusty change was unintentional, by the way. Pretended. Yeah, no, I was going with that. I imagined that. Yeah, so we did cover this. It's a lot of like just changes to the movements and hovers and stuff, and then yeah, this is one that I'm really upset by. Technoarchaeologist being a support piece, to our understanding, is the fact that you have to put a support piece with a unit. So technos can't be like lone models that are just screening parts of your board out. This combined with the 9-inch coherency, I think is a big nerf to us personally for a screening game. Will it be like super pivotal? No, but I think it's like compounded. Basically, it's like a compounding nerf, the sense that we can't spread out our Skitarii nearly as far, and we can't zone out with 12-inch unless he's attached, which at that point I'd rather just take another Skitarii squad. Right, because he's like half of one, basically. He's 45 points. Rules no longer allow units with Belisarius keywords to move through them. Oh, wait, ruins no longer. Oh, they removed that, really? I figured that was just like another mistake. So he just eats a nerf. Techno can't be alone, this is true, but there's a silver lining. You can, of course, run Martial Techno with the leader now, and the crux of some red expo list is pairing Martial with Techno and an Ink. Well, with an Inquisitor, I'm assuming Draxus. Yeah, I don't know. Martial Techno with Vanguard is really annoying, but it's still a Skitarii T3 unit. You know what I mean? That's the thing that kind of makes me worry. Because, like, most of the time when I think people are doing, like, the whole, you know, big squad of shit that is going to sit there in an objective, it tends to be better with, like, something like a 20-man, like Kroot, for example. But the fact that it's a 10-man plus 2 kind of fragile characters, I'm not convinced. Because they have to survive through your turn for it to matter, you know? Kyria Marshall Rad I do like. I think that's a combo that's gonna come back, yeah. Because that was the thing that was pretty relevant back in the day. One of the big ones is Techno-Archaeologist. Oh, there you go. Something that was relevant, or yeah. So that's when I picked it up, was Death Guard meta. Yeah, spot on, man. Ultimately, the pain associated with this change is going to be felt if the meta has a Deep Strike Boogeyman, and 11th offset doesn't appear to be the case. Annoyingly, one of the spawners is to call, can no longer move through walls. That is, yeah. I'm assuming they're gonna have to errata that. They're gonna give her him like the same thing that Thulia has. But as it stands now, you'd be right. Yeah, this is just rules as written though. Yep. This is good news that the support changes have affected the Skitarii Marshal, meaning that they can now be taken alongside other leaders in squad. In fact, Vanguard have built-in ignore cover, means embedding a key unit like a Manipulus or Kyria as well as a Marshal gives you a fantastic piece to deal with something called has an oath. To more on that later though. Manipulus? What is the Manipulus really gaining from this? Let me see. Let me take a look. Because I usually use this flamer weapon. I forgot the name of it. What's it? They're at the bottom. I guess the dev wounds? No, because you're ignoring. You said ignoring cover. Oh, I'm assuming ignoring covered lethals. Real quick for me, read Greyfax and the Artisan enhancement from Explorer. Yes, I know how Explorer Rids improved contextually in a number of ways. No, I was building an Explorer list earlier today, so I don't remember Artisan, which is the reroll ones, yeah. Or the reroll one hit, one wound, one save. I'm assuming Greyfax. That I'm not familiar with. Greyfax. Can embark within any transport, okay. Models leading a unit. Each time a model in the unit makes an attack, the target's unit below half strength, okay. Anti-Psyker 4, okay. I'm assuming it's this that's gonna matter. One attack, devastating wounds, rapid fire 1. Well, maybe not that. This one? Castigation. One attack, reroll a hit, hitting on 3s, reroll a wound to try to get a devastating anti-character 4, and then deal 3 damage. Oh, precision. Oh, yeah, she can like one-shot like a captain or something. Oh, is it set? I did miss that fact. Yeah. My bad. Let's see. Change the result of one hit roll. Oh, it's or. So that does limit it. But I can imagine you make the hit, set the 6. And then just dev wound 3 through. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Manipulus matters with the funny gun and lords. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you set the 6. Yeah, you're right. So then you do devastating 3. Well, not even 6. If it's a character unit, you just set a 4. And then you can try to precision out a character. But other than that, it's just straight off 3 devastating. Yeah, it's pretty fat. You can use it in Overwatch. Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, because it's not a reroll. It's just once per phase. We'll have to be inside the acquisition marker. That is the hard part. But if you pull it off, it is kind of spicy. She also has grenades access, which is rare in Admech. Yeah, you're telling me. Let's talk planes. I'm not too interested in planes, but let's look into it. Stratoraptor, Fusillade. Yep. Checking out damage and leaving. Far more interesting, however, is the Transvector, which is an aircraft at all. Yep, it's just a faster Dune Rider, right? Because it can ingress turn 1. That versus Hastari. Or Hastari, the Transvector versus Dune Rider. The fact that Scoot and Shoot into the Dune Rider has died, I think definitely does make it better. The wound rerolled. I think it depends on what Hastari you're using. Like on Exterminators, you probably don't need the boat, but I think on Fusiliers you might want to because it's like it's a very slow volume of shots. But I can definitely see Hastari with transvectors because you can put them in a place where they can try to get into their they can immediately get into their focus range. We can't get Hastaris in groups of 10, can we? No, they're 5-mans for now. The context around them has certainly changed. Since the buff to Cog, Conquer has been the only game in town, provided extra pressure. Yeah. Protector has language because of heavy, kind of a non-keyword. Yep. In 11th, heavy now allows 3-inch movement, and then cover affords you -1 ballistic and targeting rather than -1 save. Given that, I do believe Conquer is still the main option to play around. You're far more likely to take a turn off and choose Protector against mass armor lists when set up. That said, the thing to know about Conquer is the extra AP feels really nice on units with Ignores cover. Yes, I think that Skitarii are very, very happy with that change. And, of course, autocannons. Given few units have the effect of +1 to save via positioning part of the unit behind the terrain. Yeah. No, I 100% agree with that. I think that a lot of people are saying that heavy is going to be better. 3 inches is not, especially on tanks chassis. I think it's not as much as people think it is. Like, it's nice that you can move slowly, but I still don't think it's going to be all that great, personally. That's just me, though. The best options for Halo are Halo and insert besting to pair with Lords plus Lords. Yeah. I prefer with Siegs and other grinders are on the same page. No, I 100% agree with you. I think that I personally think that Lords plus Psycho is going to be really nice because I think Psycho is the most flexible with Lords because you can go into a Protector list and Psycho has really good buffs for Protector. Yes, they're not as flexible in terms of when you can apply them, but they do benefit the priests and they do have a really good shooting package. And then if you want to kind of like fuck around a little bit and go melee, then it has the best support for bots while also letting them move through walls. So you have like one Death Star unit, and then you can just take whatever you want in terms of melee. I think Psycho is the best for that. Rad Zone, I'm not entirely sold on personally. I'll have to like look at it a little bit more. Admittedly, my experience with Rad Zone isn't the best, so maybe I'm missing something there. I know a lot of people are saying that you can force a lot of battle shocks, but again, I don't like leaving things to change. Like, battle shock has changed, yes, but I don't think that makes it any better if you're not modifying the value. So I don't want to leave it up to a chance just because I have more chances to do it, and Lords locks it to vehicles. So even then, it's like, I guess you can battle shock a vehicle twice if you really have to. I don't know. That one's I'm a little unsold on. What do you think are the best detachment point? What do you think of the detachment point cost for Admech? I picked them earlier, but I'm not familiar with Admech detachments. I personally don't think E-Rad cohort should be 3. That's the newest one that we got. It's good, but it's not Halo. And like, yes, the thing is, it's back when E-Rad cohort came out. I think most people can agree that E-Rad cohort was like Halo's little brother, right? Like, it was good, but most of the time when people played it, they were just like, I wish I was playing Halo. Yes, it's better at killing, it's more lethal, but I don't think it's by much, personally. And I think the thing that kind of sucks here is that it's 3DP, so it contests with Halo, and it's also Purge the Foe. So it contests with Halo in 2 fronts that I think Halo is just better in. You know what I mean? So it just makes me wonder what was the reasoning there. I guess you have 2 ways of playing Purge, both of which were Admech's best, both of which are 3DP, but I would have liked to see more variety by having E-Rad be 2, personally. I think Eradication needs to be 2DP. We honestly have no real reason to take it over Halo's. Yeah, exactly. Heavy's going to be better specifically in the context of sticking behind an area and towing it by... Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, because you can shoot through ruins now. Yeah. So you can, like, kind of be behind a footprint and make yourself invisible and then be like, and get on the point. I haven't read Psycho in a while. I'm pretty familiar with it. I used to play it quite a bit. Brought Psycho Lords with Max Clade has been very successful. Yep, you do need to play fairly passive. Bots are solid now, but not great. Yeah, I agree. Bots, with Psycho bots, I think it's good, but I'm not sold on it, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't take it to a GT with the intention to win. I would take it with the GT with the intention to fuck around. Now, if bots went down to like 320 for 4, then I can start seeing it being good. The thing that I think holds back Psychobots is such a cool name. The thing that holds back Psychobots is the points. I think it's the points. Because bots are kind of like what people think about Histari. They think Histari are pointed at 135. They're pretty good, right? It's not that bad, but it's like realistically, you need to look at what you're taking with them. You're not just taking Histari. You're taking Histari with a Marshal, maybe an enhancement, and probably a boat, right? Bots are the same way. Like 360 seems steep, but you're like, wow, it's a lot of power for 360. Well, it's like, is it really 360? Because it's 360 plus your Data Priest plus any enhancements you give them. That's when it gets brutal. So if they drop to kind of like, if they drop to compensate for the fact that you need to take a Data Priest with them, I think that'd be a lot better. The problem with Erad is that it'd be the best 2 by far if it were 2, meaning it's locked to an uncomfortable bad 3. Yeah, you're right. Nah, no, you're right. I was like, I would choose it over almost every other 2. But I feel like the only one that kind of stands toe-to-toe with it is maybe Rad. Explorer definitely doesn't. Psycho, I think Psycho Lords can definitely give it a run for its money, but you're right. I would absolutely immediately look at Erad Lords. So you're spot on with the Purge comparison. Yeah, I think it's just like it's too much similarities. It's just like you needed to have something between Erad at 3 and Halo at 3 that would incentivize one or the other. But since they're both Purge, it's like, well, yeah, I'm just going to take Halo. Now, let's say theoretically, Erad was Purge and Halo was Take and Hold, right? Because like Erad being Purge kind of makes sense, you know, Killy, murderous imperative is the name of the fucking detachment rule. But like, if Erad was Purge and Halo was Take and Hold, and literally anything else, I'm just using Take and Hold because it's the most generic. If Take and Hold ended up being not as good, then you go, oh, Erad, easy, right? We'll just double down on Purge. And then if Purge wasn't as good, because then, I don't know, the meta kind of shifts around it, then you go, oh, well, at least I have the option to play Halo with Take and Hold and play this playstyle. But they're competing against each other, so it's just like, what's the point? You know what I mean? I don't know. Autoquire plus Explorer, maybe? I did make a list for that. It's, what did I call it? Where the fuck is it? Lumen Litmus. Yeah, this is Lumen with the idea of having triple dominance and sitting them in points for the acquisition stuff. Bots have the Datasmith tech. Yeah. I will say sincerely, Explo is boneless Erad that gives you Lord access. Yeah, I think like if you guys play Magic the Gathering, it's like Commander. If you play Commander, it's like you play a partner Commander because it's like, yeah, he's not good, but he puts blue in my color identity, so now I can run Rhystic Study. It's kind of like that. That's the way I kind of see it. It's like it's just kind of there so that you can get this kind of bonus buff. If you jump on one leg and say the alphabet, it's Erad, but your grandparents have a fun. Yeah. Good luck to Admech this edition. Sign an OG Admech player who hasn't played since 9th. It's a good place to stop playing. Take and Hold sucks, don't worry. Yeah, I'm just using it as an example because I'm not too caught up with the primaries. I haven't really looked into them too much. Somebody put it the other, because I was saying like I feel like you have to learn a lot of primaries this edition, and somebody said like, well, you only have to learn the one for your disposition. I'm like, sure, but if you're like a fucking idiot like me, you want to play literally every detachment. So for me, I have to learn every single one of them. The vehicle one, yeah, that's right, Psycho. It's technically called Cybernetica Cohort, but I've always called it Cohort Cybernetica, and it's nicknamed Psycho, so I just call it Psycho. Honestly, never gave it much attention. Psycho was a detachment that basically like everyone kind of lambasted it because of the command phase stuff and the fact that it's just bots. And at the beginning of the edition specifically, when it just gave your bots the Doctrina imperatives, like yes, it was worth lambasting. But the detachment in terms of vehicle support is actually really good. God, you're so fucking right. It's literally like running Chrome and EC. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the way I see it. It's like Fuck it. I just, sometimes you just need an extra color. So, like, it's like, what's the name of this stupid fuck? The four color Cascade commander. I forgot his name. He's like that giant that gives you Cascade. It's just like sometimes you just need Grixis Cascade with green so that you can ramp. Sometimes you just need the green to ramp. You're not gonna use most of that because green isn't like a spell slinging color, but hell, I have green on Grixis Cascade. Yeah, we're going for it. I'll play every disposition. Yeah, I'm the same way. Boring to play the same one over and over. I think in this edition, I will try to kind of find what I like the most and then stay with it. Because, as you guys have told from my content, I am kind of like oh, I'm going to play Halo. I'm going to play Halo. I'm going to play Halo. And then like 2 days before a GT, I'm like, Explorer horse spam. You know what I mean? I'm really bad about that. But maybe I'll try to stick to a detachment this time and like really grind it out. Psycho was the pocket pick for the Hold of 10th. It was always fine, but never great. Better than 10 Explo, worse than all the other ones. Yidris, yeah, Yidris. I can confirm priority assets with 1 CP sticking on death is tremendous. I can only imagine. Yeah. I forgot it had it until I was building this list. I was like, oh yeah, that's sticky objective. That's pretty sick. But no, Psycho, I brought Psycho to a tournament. It was the 5 tank list. So, triple disintegrators, 4 bot. No, was it? No, it was quad tank. So it was triple disintegrator, 1 crab with phosphor, 8 bots. And that list was really funny. I think I went 4-2 that GT, if I remember correctly. It was pretty sick. I did like that list. But I also don't like playing tanks too much. Admech is in a spot where taking a 3DP option incurs a serious opportunity cost given the powers of Lords of the Forge. 100% agree. That means both Halo Screed, Battleclade, and Eradication Cohort have some tough competition. Yeah, no, I agree. The thing that it feels kind of bad because Lords is basically like Lords plus whatever trash you're willing to deal with. Like I'm not saying that like Rad Cohort or Rad Zone or Psycho are like trash, but you're not taking it. It's not Rad Zone plus Lords. It's Lords plus whatever. You know what I mean? Which kind of feels kind of bad. If you ask me, I feel Hell's Creed still survives as a dominant choice, looking for the complete package, while ERAD language is compared to, say, Radzone plus Epic. Yes, bro, exactly. I don't think ERAD is that good, man. I really don't. I know a lot of people like to, really harp, oh, you do so much damage. Lance on Infiltrators is so strong. And it's like, yeah, but it's like, just play fucking Halo, man. Just, deal 36 damage to Mortarion. There's a number of exciting options which to pair with Lord, starting with Cohort Cybernetica. I 100% agree. Taking that single break of his talents with mobile and engine here to follow Necromechanic and really good mid-force bully piece. There's a good reason to take a look at some of Admech's other vehicle options. Cohort Cybernetica does lose out on timing strategy. Yeah. This is all things that I've already said. Lords backs it up with a pseudo fantastic options to spend CP outside of that window. Yeah, especially I was pointing out, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is it's 1 stratagem per unit per phase, right? So you could have double fallback and shoot in this detachment. Because you can do fallback with Psycho to do fallback and ignore modifiers. And then you can do fallback with Lords of the Forge to fallback, shoot, and charge in a Tech Priest unit, which a Data Smith is one of them. So you should be able to fall back 2 units, if anything. Which you can fall back a bot, and then you can fall back a tank. And then that tank can ignore modifiers for the entire turn, which is pretty sick. I think that's pretty cool. I was kind of saying the same thing with Cohort Quisitus with Skitari Hunter Cohort. Should I pull out Krita again? Should we do this again? I was saying that Psycho has a lot of redundancy, or sorry, Skitari Hunter Cohort has a lot of redundancy with Cohort Acquisitus because you can basically give Lone Op to 2 things, which is pretty sick. Do I still have the image saved? No. All right, I'm just gonna draw it out real quick then. So basically, I was saying, so if you have a map, right? I'm just gonna do the old deployment zone, kind of like this shit. I do like adding this to my streams. It's kind of funny. I like these scuffed drawings. Like if this is your deployment zone or whatever. Rough sketch, right? So terrain piece number 1, and then there's expansion, middle, 2, and then enemy home, right? I was saying that you could basically do there's the one in Cohort Acquisitus that if you have a unit inside a terrain, you can do -3 detection range. So if you know something can move like 6 inches or so, and they would be inside 15, so this is 15, and they say this guy goes ahead and moves 6 to get inside of 15, then you can use the stratagem, because I think it's at the start of the movement phase. So you'd have to know ahead of time, like, hey, this guy can advance and shoot. They move 6, right? At that point, you cut them off by 3, so then you'd have 12 here, and they wouldn't be able to shoot you because of your hidden. And then over here, I don't know, you can have like you can be doing an action on that one strip of terrain that's kind of like this, and then somebody can say, well, I'm going to shoot you, and then you go, well, Skatari Hunter Cohort, Shroud Protocols, 18-inch lone op, right? So now you can't shoot me. So now you can't shoot me. So you can kind of like really cuck your opponent. um, I still think that Protocols is probably better, but it is kind of like a double down redundancy that you can rely on. It is 2 CP though in an army that doesn't have CP generation, so As a final note, I will say Explorer has my eye for a few specific combos made better by certain changes. An Artisan squad with Grey Flakes and Flicker D3 Psychic Precision Dev Wound on a 6, but any chance it has at playability hinges on whether the change to terrain as objectives matters enough. That is a big change though, in between the ability to farm CP, embark in response to a charge, and the tools presented by Lords and Great Facts, so be sure I'll be experimenting. Fair. Assuming it's just an intro, I'm gonna skip a little bit. The Cohort Acquisitive is all about tagging hitting units for destruction, using things like Infiltrate and Traxi to light up secondary play pieces when on points. It places special emphasis on Cerberus units, allowing for lists which are root and tootin' and available for farther range shooting. Agreed. Do you agree that... Actually, let me keep reading, because you wrote an entire article. Alright, so this is just the rule. Importantly, the units that get the relevant tag are pretty good. 100% agree. Though exceptions are carved out to exclude Rust Stalkers and Vanguards, the former doesn't care about hidden anyway, and the latter wants to get well within range to tag things with -1 OC. Yeah. The larger issue is how close these units need to get to analyze the enemy. Yes, I agree. And whether an 18-inch detection range is actually impactful. Yes, I agree. That's what I was going to ask. As a former, it's very doable with infiltrators for the game's outset, but I'm skeptical as how often it actually comes up. The most relevant breakpoint for 18 is Admech, is what the rapid fire on the Dune Rider. Sir. Where is it? This thing right here. The best gun ever. I am a very big fan of the ERAD Beamer. And I do think that the ERAD Beamer is a very good contestant for that. But I agree with you. I don't think it's that impactful. It's really only matters if you're taking the disposition where denying your opponent actions in secondary play is critical. To that end, how much value you get from new spheric recon depends immensely on the mission, so keep that in mind. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. Crab isn't real. Oh, shut up. So I was telling chat, I feel like, man, you should have been here. I was drawing diagrams upon diagrams. So I feel like Cohort Acquisitus is really good because, not really good. The army rule, while not impactful, it's more about, not consistency. What's the word? I guess like relevance. So I drew the example. If you look at Tao's like hidden the Pathfinder Ghost Kill one, they have an upgrade where Ghost Kills can see +6 inches or +9 inches, which is fucking crazy, right? But the idea of like having infiltrator brick here, I don't know, an infiltrator brick here, and then one, I don't know, chilling here, because this is a terrain piece that's usually like right here. It kind of looks like that. Not exactly. Whatever. The fact that like you can like scoot horses up this way, and then these guys can move up this way, so you'll have like sight into this, and you're right, 3 isn't a lot, but my thing is it's 3 everywhere, right? That's what I like about it, is the fact that you're always going to have +3 basically on all the time. So while 18 isn't great, having it everywhere I think is good, because there might be that occasion where somebody's doing something here, or I don't know, they're chilling here, and you just are shy of 3. Like that happens a lot, especially with lone op, right? Like the difference between 18 and 12 is pretty big. Granted, 3 is not that big of a difference, but I do like the fact that it's relevant. That's the word I was looking for. It's relevant at all times, right? Because you're always going to have these units in your army list anyway. So I really like that. I also made the point that this is just me. This is also like a... Let me make a new layer so that I can actually erase all this shit. I think that I kind of was shitting on it at first, but I think that the infiltrator, the marshal having the infiltrator keyword is kind of nice. If you take that enhancement, because you can have them like sit in the back of this ruin, right? Like as far as you can with 9-inch coherency, and then you can have like an infiltrator brick kind of here hidden. And then, granted, this would probably be better if you're like fighting a melee army, but if somebody tries to charge you, right, then you'll have the -2 and a battle shock here, and then, you know, they'll have to choose it through a bunch of 5+ invuln saves, because you'll have this guy right here, you know, within 6 for the -2, right? Now, I don't like relying on battle shock. I'm not saying that that's the game plan, but I am saying that -2 is pretty impactful into most armies. And then if you run up a horse, like right here or something, right? Again, there's usually terrain in here. I just don't remember what it looks like. I do like the fact that if you start with a Skitarii unit in the middle of the board, or semi-middle of the board, you do have more ways to draw into the flat 6 reactive move as opposed to like rolling a d6 and getting like a 2 and ending up right here instead. Because that's probably the biggest problems with the horse is the inconsistency, especially when they have the cyber canids, because you can move them the full 6 guaranteed almost all the time, and then you can probably pull out of lone op range. And what I was telling a viewer too, they were saying, oh well, 6 inches doesn't push you into lone op, because I think the lone op is 15, right? And 6 will make it exactly 15, but you'll still be within. The point is to force commitment, right? Because if you have like a horse here and somebody's trying to charge you, you can react and move d6, and sure, they can still shoot you and they can still charge you, but now you're making them commit from this side of the map to this side of the map. And at that point, you just light them the fuck up, right? With everything that you have here. More or less. Obviously, this is hyperbole. It's not always going to happen. But it's kind of the idea that I like about the Cyber Canids with the d6, the flat 6 move, and the fact that you can start a Skitarii squad there. It's kind of like a beacon, or it's like a tether that is always going to be there, so that like you're kind of playing around this part of the map. And you're always like, d6 reactive this way, d6 reactive this way, right? You have to come out. And if you're running something like Psycho, your shooting line, your gun line is going to be probably here, slowly moving up this way. So, I like it. I think it's kind of cool. It's just, you know, theories. Let me catch up with chat. The place cohort accuracy play is rad, and making it better than Lords and rad requires some creative math. I do think that cohort acquisitus or whatever, I do think it is worse, but I don't think it's by much, personally. Martial infill is very nifty. There are some folks experimenting with martial fusels. Yes, so I was saying, I pulled up a map. There's a map that like there's a terrain piece kind of that goes like this. I think it was Taken Hold versus something else. I don't remember what it was, but I was making the point that like this ruin is a little bit more south. Actually, here, let's move it. No. Wait, no. It's this one. It's this tool. Yeah. Shit. Shit. Don't worry, I got this. I'm a professional. Okay, it's kind of like that. I was making the point that, especially in Skitarii Hunter cohort with the fusels and the marshals, like you were saying, if you start them in your field here, if you start them in your field there, you could do like the scoot and shoot with fusels, so you can kind of like go out this way, draw a line this way, blow something up, and then hide again. And then if you take them with infiltrators, you can basically do that, like, I don't know, if there's a terrain piece here or something in that map. I think there's a wacky one where it's kind of like this. You can start them like here. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, fuck. And then, yeah, just kind of do the same thing. Boop, boop, right? Which I think is really good. Especially because, like I said, Battlesphere BSU doesn't work on, you know, re-embarking, like having a transport here, popping out, and then going back in. That doesn't exist anymore, so. Sag. But I do think fusels have a place. I just need their points cost to go down a little bit before I start considering them personally. Infiltrating Hastari exterminators. I don't think exterminators are good enough to do something like that. Personally. I think Hastari are better as like or exterminators are better as like a unit that you have redundancy in. Like if you have like infiltrate or exterminators here, and then you have exterminators here. Fuck. Drawing dots is really hard. And then like you pop them out, shoot this like 10-man berserker brick, and then pop these guys out, and then shoot the brick, and then finish them, right? Because they don't have enough shots to do something like that. They're kind of like infiltrators in the sense that like one 5-man break of infiltrators is not going to do anything, but 2 will. As opposed to something like a 10-man break of rust stalkers that just goes there and murders it, right? But as long as you're taking multiple MSUs of them and they're costed at 135, I don't think they're worth it. That's just me. That's just me. That's just a game theory. You can also have them back at infill at enemy expansion turn 1 if there's a second something primary wise you can store with. Yeah. Infiltrating battle line forward makes horses so much better. So yeah, that's what I think. That's personally my opinion of the fact that like having them start up there, because like horses are inconsistent unless they're around battle line, and battle line don't necessarily want to be out there. In my list, I did 2 rangers and 1 vanguard squad there in the middle, infiltrating with a marshal. So there'll be like a little bit of a hammer piece in terms of like smaller infantry that you want to pick off, but also the fact that they anchor for your they act as like an anchor or a beacon for your horses. Also, as a KDE contributor, I'm glad you're using Krita. What is KDE? All right. Speaking of Infiltrator, we saw a bit of the experimentation at the tail end of Clandestine Infiltrator Fusiliers to target into cohorts. The package will be available. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to drink water. I've been talking too much. I remember wanting like Target Hunt's core to really have like a good 2 damage shooting platform, but like Exterminators are just not it. Yeah, the ignores cover is pretty big. Depends on how you're like. I agree, which is why I think they're better at foot slogging, with a marshal, and that they are very oath non-dependent, non-oath dependent. they carry themselves. Loan off 15. The relative cost for an upgrade like this, what amounts to be a utility piece, is rough, and 15 is too large of an area to matter a lot of the time. The idea of flexing a unit's reactive move to make it feel closer to loan off 9 is there, but 6 raiders are just going to die to mid-grade shooting the moment they're seen. You know, that's a good point. I wonder, I never considered running them in 6-mans. I don't think you run them in 6-mans. I think you, depending on how much the upgrade costs, I think that a 3-man with an upgrade is going to do exactly what you want it to do over 6 with an upgrade. Because 6 with an, I feel like 6 will die just as fast as 3 in most scenarios. The idea is to use them as a trade piece, as like a 3-man with an upgrade that can bait your opponents into doing something, and if it doesn't, then you just live with an extra unit for next turn that can spot or advance it to a point and piss them off. That's what I think. I'm gonna be 100 hand of God, I forgot that you can run raiders in 6-mans because I always run them in 3-mans. It depends on how much if the upgrade is like 10 per unit, I don't think I'd be too upset about it. If it's like 15 or more, I think maybe not so much. Maybe you run 2 6-mans with the upgrade. But yeah, at that point I think I'd just be like, well, I'm just gonna run more infiltrators. Let's see, defense scrutiny during your shooting phase. Neat way to pass +1 ballistic skill to shooting threat on a conquer imperative list, but a lot of it lusters go away when you realize using oaths call abilities a higher value into a key target, even if you're hitting on 5s. If you need to kill more than 1 thing per turn, it can be a solid option to chunk a monster vehicle. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you definitely focus the main threat, and then you use. I think this is going to be particularly good with autocannons that are kind of skirmishing. So say you have like, I don't know, a Terminator brick. Is there a way to like switch colors really quick? I need to learn how to use Krita better. I don't know how to use this app. Let's say you have like a 10-man Terminator here, and then you have like 3 Iron Striders, and then you have a Defiler, and then you have autocannons. Then you have your Infiltrator brick that's always in the middle, because why not? I think you definitely always oath this thing. Shit. You always oath this thing, and you go boom, and you shoot into it, right? Even if it has cover. I know it's going into the terrain piece, but it's a Defiler. It's gonna have cover. So you just try to do the 5+ here, right? If you're playing a Conquer list, if you're playing, if you're not, then, you know, shooting on 4s. But it doesn't matter. You're rerolling. Auto chickens though can 1-tap every single Terminator, and at that point, these guys go, "Hey, I see you." And then you use ignore cover here, because that's only a 1 CP play, right? Call automatically gives this, and I don't think you'll be spending it on anything else, because you don't have 5+ crits, you don't have reroll damage on vehicles from ERAD, right? So you can, again, it's less about focus firing and more about spreading out the buff, so to speak, right? Kind of like how I was saying, the +3 detection range isn't great. I'm not going to argue that it is, but it's the fact that it's always relevant. Here it's like yeah, the shooting probably won't kill all the Terminators, but you'll definitely kill this thing. You'll more than likely kill this thing. Let me not say definitely. You'll more than likely kill this thing, and then you get some really good shots into here, right? I don't think you're ever going like, oh, if Call is oathing this, I'm going to stack ignore cover on top of it. I think that's the wrong play. I don't think you do that. I think you try to spread your damage over a little bit. Because again, we've already established that Admech has a really good time into dealing damage into one thing. So this is kind of trying to open dealing damage into other things a little bit better, in my opinion. Auto chickens are going to be essentially mandatory 1x3, 2x3, and Psycho. No further comment there. Yeah, I think I have... What's the list that I actually made? Yes, Cyberforge. This one. I think I did the same. No, this one I went Disintegrators because... So my logic for the Disintegrators is I don't know the points for autocannons versus last cannons yet. I'm assuming this isn't going to change, and I'd like Machine Spirit Resurgence with the Disintegrators because they're a one model unit, and when they go below half, they get plus or reroll hits and wounds. I think that's more effective than one Iron Strider getting it. I also wanted to save points because I'm running 2 bots. So, which one was the one? Was it Rad Maybe Bad? Yes. Yeah, this one I went double autocannons, 2x3. Because I was going to let the Disintegrator do the heavy carrying, and I also had... Didn't I have... No, it wasn't this list. I don't know, I made so many lists today. Was it Stealthy Steely? Yeah, Stealthy Steely had the Fusiliers. Yes, this one had the Fusiliers and double last cannon and then 1 autocannon, and I was thinking about switching, doing 2x3 autos, 1 las, and then Fusiliers for the Scoot and Shoot. So you'd have 2 anti-tank threats and 2 anti-elite threats. And even then, I think Rad would be really good even with just a bunch of autocannons because you have lethal dosage. And you can give your last cannons twin linked lethal, sustain, reroll hits with call. I think that'd be really good. Let's erase this. But yeah, I think the ignore cover is like kind of like, you know, spreading the threat rather than trying to really dial it in because I don't think it's necessary. But yeah, no, like you mentioned, it's a solid option to chunk something, like just cripple it to the point that it's kind of like just not doing much of anything else. Use at the start of the movement phase on oh yeah, the -3 detection. This is your fantastic strategy to be revealing to pre-measure all the angles. Yep. It's finicky and an opponent can snipe out some raiders or infiltrators on objective. A lot of time and intent, but when it comes up, it will win games. You cannot afford to waste CP on this though, so do take your time to measure even if you're on the clock. Yes. Yeah, like I was saying, I think that if you pair this with Hunter Cohort, Shroud Protocols 9 times out of 10 is better, but this is a better quote-unquote lone op. It's just that you have to keep in mind that it's the start of the movement phase. If it was reactive, I kind of wish it was reactive because I don't think the gameplay pattern changes. You know what I mean? Like, if you move up and do it in response, it's no different than you measuring everything out. The only difference is that you now have to measure everything out, which just makes the game more annoying and more drawn out, which I don't think that's like a gotcha personally. It's just like a, hey, just keep in mind I can do this, and then therefore that's all that the player has to consider, as opposed to, okay, give me 5 minutes to fucking measure everything out. You know what I mean? It's like a Skitarii Hunter Cohort. It's like, hey, just so you know, I can lone op 18, and then your opponent has to consider that when they move, rather than you being like, okay, wait, if you move this guy, if you move that guy, and if you move that guy, and if you know, it's just, I don't know. Clandestine reposition, I do think this is just bad compared to Skitarii Hunter Cohort. Yeah, look, yeah, program withdrawal from Skitarii Hunter Cohort, yeah. I think it's fine if you're not running Hunter, but if you are, I don't see why you would ever use this. Other than the 3-inch thing, but whatever. While it does an amount of diet Hunter Cohort, the fact that it gives non-Hunter Cohort the ability to field some tools without fully committing is a boon. I agree. As was the case in 10th, most lists will take some number of Infiltrators and Skystalkers. So giving them an extra boost isn't entirely irrelevant. Still, if you want to borrow some of the tools available in Hunter Cohort, but not play Hunter Cohort, you are weighing it against Lords of the Forge 1 DP. I think it loses out. Compared to Lords, yes, I think it loses out. But I think it has some play. I kind of was hoping for more out of it. I was excited when I saw it. I was like, Lords is really good, but Cohort Acquisitus could be good too, right? Maybe not as good as Lord, but it can still be good. And then I saw the thing today, and I was like, yeah, maybe not. If you run this with Skitarii Cohort, you're locked to recon, and that's not ideal. Oh, are they both recon? Yeah, that's not great. You know, speaking of detachments, Lumen Autoclire and Data Saw being disruption is so fucking weird to me. I guess it's not the worst because you are spamming Servitor Battleclade. It just doesn't feel right, you know? Unless you do it 2 times a phase. Yeah, but you're only pulling out like 3 units. I don't know. I feel like you're just better running. If you're gonna do like pull out shenanigans and you're running Sargent's cohort, just use program withdrawal. It gets you more bang for your buck when it comes to CP. You're very rarely do you need to pull 3 things out. You know what I mean? The Luminara Choir buffs your data priests, electro priests, helping them fulfill their role as really tough trade pieces. I do like that about data priests. God, I keep calling them data priests, e-priests. I like e-priests because they're like deceptively tanky. They're kind of like infiltrators, but kind of like more annoying. It's just that infiltrators have 2 wounds, so they kind of get a little bit farther. While this clearly meant to stop the stacking of too many buffs on your jacked shirtless human batteries, the fact that the matter is that they could probably have been giving lenience to do so. The only time it consistently topping list was via Halo's Creed, and even so, that was a single brick of Corpuscari and faced that over time. It was a rare few people who have tried making heavy data priest conclave work, myself among them, and it would have been a nice shot in the arm. Instead, it's more a punch in the gut. Yeah, I kind of just don't see why they made. I was kind of going on a ramble earlier about this. I don't understand what the idea of GW, the idea that DW, the idea that GW has, especially with now 2 years of, like, I guess research. Like they have to know what it is that makes these things good and bad, and this just seems like intentionally bad. You know what I mean? Like the lethal hits on Corpys seems awesome, but like, come on, man. Like, what were you thinking here? You know, it's just like and like the fact that it can't be taken with data sum, it's like, really? Like, it's already a bad detachment, man. Why the fuck does it matter? You know? Do we really think that if we ran this in data sum, it would be busted? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. The only thing you're really saving is lethal hits and finally opening up yourself to fucking advance and charge. That's the only thing you're gaining, which, as we've already established, Halo can do better. So it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, everything here was just like, Halo can do this. Why would you even consider this? Oh, cool, you don't have to take an Manipulus. Great. Well, I was gonna take fucking 3 Corpus Scars with 3 Manipuluses anyway. What does it matter? So Corpus Scar come with inbuilt sustain 2 on both profiles, so added lethals to the string is great buffs. Yep. Fulgrass meanwhile receive a baffling post-fight heal, which happens at one of the worst times you possibly could. If you could charge it with a full strength unit, it does nothing and requiring survive combat. Yeah, that was the other thing I said too. You charge in with full keys, right? And then they don't do anything because you have 2 attacks per body, right? It's the same thing with this fucking D6 reactive. Cool, I D6 reactive to you, but you took half of my unit out. I guess I die now. You know what I mean? Like, I wasted a CP so that I could move closer to you and still do nothing. Being able to oh shit, I didn't finish the rest of it. This attachment rule is begging you to take a few 10-man models of Corpuscari and throw them up on the board with Dune Riders. Yep, that's why I took triple Corpys, triple Dune Riders with my list. Tech Priest model only enemies cannot target this unit with snap shooting attacks. As a reminder, snap shooting tends to occur mostly out of phase or indirect shooting. 2 things Electric Priests aren't a huge fan of. Being able to dodge fire overwatch and stage for a charge is amazing, and Tech Priest heavy lists in 10th often ran Countess Assassin for similar remedy. Yeah, I think while this is nice, with Overwatch being nerfed as heavily as it was, short of like flamers or mass shooting, I don't think it's really too much of a fear. Could be wrong. I haven't played against it yet, but that's like my hunch. Tech Priest model only unit has stealth in 10th, covered, didn't do anything. Now it is a legitimate boon to the survivability. I agree. Still, giving cover fairly easy in 10th. Stealth isn't especially appetizing for something to pay for. This is more of a nod to the fact of the cover changes themselves are buffs to priest. Yeah, I think like because cover, unless I'm wrong, you have to be fully within the ruin, right? Like wholly within to benefit from cover. And I was telling this in the Admech Discord. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not many places in the map where you can fit 10 models in. You know, there's like this small little ruins with like the 2 little L things that kind of like this that you can maybe fit like a 5-man in. But in terms of fitting a 10-man, my understanding is that it's kind of tight. It's kind of like you're kind of packed. So like being able to like run your Corpies up here and then fight something and then kind of like, I don't know, consolidate this way or something, or consolidate this way and not have all of them within, at least you still benefit from cover, right? Which is -1 to hit. It does make them more survivable. I do like that. Because like the plan of like having them here, they're susceptible to being shot because they're fully within the ruin, and then like that's even if you can get a 10-man in. Fulgies I think are easier because they're 32 mil bases, but like something like Sicarians definitely don't benefit from that. DPC is DOA with the fights for exchanges TPH among other things. Yeah, when I was making the list, I was like, I don't even want to take Tempercopia anymore. There's no point. On one model, it does. On one unit, it doesn't do anything. How much better would they be if they were 2-1 models with potential 4+? Would be dummy tanky. I agree. Yeah, I feel like the cool factor about Electro Priest is the fact that they're 1 wound, because it's like they're 1 wound, but they're extremely hard to shift with that 1 wound, right? That is kind of like the thing, but it is also like their downside. If they were like, they're shirtless guys, they shouldn't be T4. Actually, fuck that. Orcs are like, boys are like T5, aren't they? Yeah. Aren't they? Is it knobs or boys? One of them is like T5 for fucking some reason. Yeah, sure, they're orcs, but whatever. These guys don't even have nerve endings anymore. Yeah, T5. Come on. You mean to tell me that the shirtless guys with a bunch of fucking cybernetical implants that don't feel pain, they can't have a T5? Shush. Well, I guess that's the feel no pain part. Whatever. Shut up, GW. I don't like you. In your shooting phase or fight phase, when an extra piece units have been selected to attack, their attacks the target enemy unit within a range. You know, I missed the objective part when I first read this, because I was like, I remember saying Halo can already do this with targeting override. Targeting override? No, targeting override is crit 5s. I don't remember what the name of the reroll once and reroll once to wound is, but you can give them advance in charge. You can give your Electro Priest advance in charge, and then that targets them for reroll hits and wounds of 1. So, without needing to be in an objective or target an enemy unit in an objective. So it's like, I guess if you're playing this, you're definitely not playing Halo, but it's just like just play Halo at that point. Given the right doctrina can get relevant ballistic weapon skill to your priest to 2, yeah. Targeting might be conditional, but in 11 mass majority relevant targets will be in objective, so it's not a huge worry. Yeah, no, I agree with that, but it's just like I kind of like the idea that Halo just does it better, like in every way. This dude's still going. Yeah, I wanted to read the Goonhammer article. Plus, people have been tagging in and out, to be fair. Let's see. Momentum feedback. This unit can make a surge move of D6 again. This is a fantastic tool. For greatly disincentivizes targeting priests with shooting in the midboard. Mobility and flexibility up increase. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that surge move is bad, but I feel like if your priests are getting shot, you're taking casualties that you can't afford because of your low attack count. If the heal was before melee, then you can make up for it, and that would be sick. Omni, you should play Hunter Cohort against my Salamanders. Bro, don't bring that trauma back on me. I want to be clear, both DPC detachments are rough in 11th. Optimism is more important in coverage as a content writer. No, I 100% understand. Like, I understand what you're trying to communicate here. It is good. It's a good ability, right? Like, it is. It's just like, when you start peeling back the layers, that's when it gets bad. And I don't fault you at all. See, I'm my own boss in terms of my content, and people like hearing me crash out. So, you know, there's that. But no, I get what you're saying. I can understand why you say something like inherently, reroll hit and wounds to 1 is good, and in an objective is not hard, therefore is good. I get it. I'm just like, I'm like min-maxing, like, why not just play this in Halo? You know what I mean? So I don't think like, you know, I understand your point, man. I'm not trying to like throw any flag or anything. Most people have a pet unit in Warhammer, and I'm no exception. I own a full 60 Electro Priest. I've played 20 to 35 in every GT and RTT that I've attended in 2025 to shockingly competent results. I adore these models, and the dopamine hit of intervening with a fight's first Fulgurite Break at 10 was unmatched. That said, I won't mince words. Lumen Autoclire is terrible. The 2 niches it may have had, being paired with one of the 2 specific detachments that juice your priests, are each impossible for different reasons. Would have been nice to get crits on 5, some extra AP at half range, GW. This leaves Autoclire truly homeless. What's agonizing is that the stratagem fixes many core issues of Electro Priest, but taking them without tools available isn't worthwhile. While there is potential here, currently I don't see any combination conducive to winning with this detachment. Yeah. I remember when I was trying to make the detachment for this, I was like, I could just run this in Lords, and then I'm like, and then what? Run Cohort Acquisitus and have literally no synergy? Like, what's the point? 18 chickens when? When I get more Patreon subscribers and I can afford them. Honesty is something I want a true take on Admech. Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, I don't think I didn't catch the name. I caught your catch, but which one are you? I don't know. Mr. Safgore. No, I'm assuming Saf is like that's Saf from like the Discord. Mr. Curry is not incorrect. Safgore, I'm assuming is Saf. Lords of the Forge. Hero Hammer Detachment for Admech. Buffing Tech Priest like Call, Thulian, smaller leaders with vastly increased survivability. Oh, you're Saf. Okay, Saf. It makes tremendous use of some of 11th edition's changes, including that of... actually, no, that makes sense. Saf running... Yeah, no, that makes sense. The one thing I kind of wish I... what's the name of these fuckers? Lord had? I wish they give you more options for, like, kitting out your Tech Priest. Like, isn't there a detachment for librarians where it's like no stratagems, all enhancements, and it's all like strict upgrades? Because I think that'd be cool. Like, okay, you can give them this giant gun or this giant axe or this giant laser or this giant, like really build a Tech Priest. Let's see. Warform Mansouls. This one's a doozy and has 2 main components. Given the importance of each, we'll break them down at one time. Tech Priest, yep, 4+ Invul, 5+ Final Pain. This is already fantastic. With being only half of the detachment rules and lords, we're off to a great start. Yeah, I remember when they were talking about this in Sealer's game, I was like, that's a great rule. And then they showed us to us, and I was like, huh? Second half? In your shooting phase, when this unit is selected to shoot, if it's not battle shocked, you can roll 1d6, and then yeah, you can either select one vehicle, 12, make a battle shock roll at -1. Remains hidden. The cool part the chat did point out to me is that if you are like pushing aggressively with like Thulia here, it's a big ass Thulia, a big butt. If you have like, I don't know, the tank here or something, and you had like infiltrators holding this objective and they're like fighting, I don't know, Chosen or something. If you do the battle shock thing into this tank and these guys are within 6, then it will be at -3. Technically, right? Because it's -1. And then infiltrators have the aura to make it -2 if they're within battle line. So it'll be -2 up to -3. Yeah, 6 inches of this unit. Each time a battle shock test or leadership test is taken. There's no limit to that. So at most it'll be -2, and it could be -3. Pretty spicy. Also, shout out to your chords at Rock and Place for Admech and telling Keto he should draw more amongst. Yeah, I do like the Discord a lot. I haven't talked in there too much recently, but that's because I've been busy doing other stuff. But normally I'm pretty big of a chatterbox there, or I just do like channel updates there. They should add a Tech Priest for the Mechanicus video games as named characters. I was saying that they should add, because they're called the Intervention Glade, they should do like they did with Masters of the Maelstrom or Wardens of Ultramar and just be like, the Intervention Glade, 5 characters, it's all the Tech Priests from the game. That'd be kind of sick. And you know what? One of them, Scaviola, generates UCP. playthrough. 12 bots, 100%. All right, gents. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think 8 bot is probably the peak. I think when you start running into 12, you start running into like a lot of very heavy points costs. Fuses with this IMO is overkill. They're way more fragile. You'd want such a high investment. See, that's what I was saying. Saf, you're part of the Admech Discord. You know, like Shark was bringing that point up a lot, and I was like, I just feel like that's kind of like unnecessary. like 6 pseudo last cannons. Like, yes, that's equivalent to an Iron Strider brick, but like on your Fusiliers, I feel like they'll just die. You know, like at the end of the day, they're just Marine bodies, and you're putting an enhancement and 2 leaders on them. I was like, I don't know about that one, man. I don't know. Scriptural Prognosis. Using your shooting phase or the fight phase when an enemy attacks a Tech Priest unit in range of an objective, it gets -1 AP. They really gave us armor concept. Yeah, when I read that when I first started the stream, I was like, huh? You know, like what the fuck? Sure, it's more conditional, but this is an incredible defensive tool, especially now that cover no longer offsets AP. Yes, so you're basically doing what old stealth did. -1 AP, -1 a hit, if you're within cover, obviously. Especially relevant on your Castellan brick sitting in the central kill box. Yep, that's what I was saying. Because you can push a 4+ invuln back to a 3, and that's a huge shift. Or a -1 back down to a 2, and they're basically not dealing damage to you. If anything, I would wager if something that with -1 AP, like let's say an autocannon, if a bunch of autocannons are shooting at you with -1 AP, and you use this to save back up to a 2, you'll probably end up dealing more damage to them from your propulsion grid. I've been conferring with one of the best cycle players in Re-11th, and by that I don't. Yeah, I think Alex, Alex, is that his name? Yeah, Alex Angelos. He's a really good psycho player. I was chatting with him a couple days ago. See, in terms of comp, yeah, it's awful. However, nothing feels better than a charging turn 1 apostle, making 9 invincible with engine seers following them. Well, if you're using motive imperative, your engine seer might not keep up with them, but I get your point. Yeah, there is like a what's it called? A neuron activation like moment when you play bots. This is the Admech Detachment of 11th edition, and something you'll be seeing used to the measuring stick against 3 DP points options. I'm of the opinion Lords is strong enough to push most players off of detachments, which lock you out of 1 DP options, though what gets paired with it is up in the air. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that there is no best Lords plus. I think it's just Lords. At that point, you take your pick. Which, if you want to argue that that's diversity, fine. But I still think that it would have been better if Lords was just as good as Cohort Acquisitus, and vice versa, because the variety is what you take with Lords, not what you take in general, if that makes sense. I think your choices of 2 DP detachment hinges on whether you intend to use the Castellan brick, and time will tell if their ability to breach is enough to push them over the edge. Yep. As a core though, Lords asks you to play Call, Thulia, Triple Battle Clay, and 1 or 2 Tech Priests. And those things are good. Things you were probably doing anyway. I don't know about Thulia anyway. I don't know about Triple Battleclade anyway. Okay, this is where I'm not disagreeing. However, I am biased towards Sicarian bodies. If we're talking in regards to 11th edition, then yes. But if we're talking about 10th edition, I was not running Thulia and Triple Battleclade anyway. I was running Sicarian spam and more bodies that Call could buff. I do not feel like Thulia and Battleclade are worth it in 10th. I would maybe run 1 to 2. I wouldn't run 3 personally. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that I don't know if I was doing that anyway. I just like my Sicarians. They're so good. -1 a hit, -1 AP in 10th. They were so good. It rewards the unit that were good in 10th, rewarding others that are getting better in 11th. That, yes. And has by far the best set of stratagems and enhancements among the 1 DP options. If I'm wrong about this, I frankly deserve servanization. No, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think this review is exactly what everyone is thinking. I really was hoping for more out of Cohort Acquisitus, though. That is kind of tragic. While it's easy to draw the conclusion that Lords of the Forge is going to radically shake up list building, and the other options are a bit pointless, there's a caveat here. Lords is good in such a way that because the piece it incentivizes and the enhancement it provides aren't especially cheap. Wait a second. Lords is good in such a way that because the pieces it incentivizes and the enhancement it provides aren't cheap. Interesting little drop here. Interesting. Where you make the concessions to play those powerful pieces will lead to very different looking lists. You will need to eat your veggies and play things like Battle Line and secondary plate pieces after all. Manipulous-led destroyers making use of Retained Hidden, Thulia, and 2x3 Electro Priests led by Engine Seers rolling up in the board as trade pieces. Midboard beef by the way of mobile Castellans. Genuinely, you could throw a half dozen ideas at the wall and have all of it stick. Some of its extent, speaking from experience, so whittling down to the best ways to play Lords is its own task. That said, I don't think every single Admech list in 11th is going to be a Lords of the Forge one. Yeah, I agree. I won't. I will be playing Lords, but I probably am just going to default back to Halo. Knowing me and my playstyle, I'll probably default back to Halo. Because I don't necessarily like Thulia. You know, things in 11th edition can definitely change that, but I don't necessarily like Thulia. I like the battle clade, but not as like anything more than just a trade piece. So I'm a Conquer, Advance in Charge, Rust Stalker 30 player. Like that is how I play the game. And Lords doesn't necessarily support that in a way that I think is pivotal to taking it. So, but I do think Lords does open up an albeit kind of limited playstyle, because like tech priests aren't exactly the best, like in terms of like, you know, damage and shit. Their guns kind of suck, their melee's decent, but like the important part is Call Thulia Battleclade, right? And I do think it helps that, and that's what I mean by like it buffs tech priest, but by tech priest it means Archmagos and trade piece. So I would love to see the priest become better, so like buffing the priest actually matters, you know what I mean? Kind of like a sort of like a, I don't know if they got rid of this because I haven't seen any mention of it, but there's Champions of Contagion. I don't know if that detachment still exists because they got that new one like Paragons of Putrescence. I don't know if that was the rewrite of Champions of Contagion or if that's just like an extra one. I didn't look, but it, like, I feel like that does a lot better at making your character matters thing than this does. But that's just because our characters kind of suck, bar the Archmagos. So that's kind of like I think that's more of a Codex problem than anything else. Admech is going to be driven by its fundamentals, its vanguards, rangers, and transports, its efficient options given our available dispositions. We cannot get too caught up on the fancy toys and Death Stars made available by these new attachments. I agree. I think that Death Stars are the biggest bait ever. And I think that, like, as much as I want to like Castellan robots, they are like a bait unit. They are like a noob trap, so to speak. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case, but I know that has been the case in the past. And just because they look better because of things like of mobile doesn't mean that you automatically run 12. You know what I mean? That is a great way to lose the game. You need, as Saf said, you need to eat your veggies with Admech. Like I said earlier, every Admech list starts at 380 points. Call 2 rangers, bare minimum. So we cannot get too caught up. I already read that. Because at the Army's core, it remains a scoring faction first and foremost. That's the one thing Admech hasn't changed in the slightest. Yeah, I agree. Very, very good synopsis from Saf. I kind of skimmed it. I think if you don't want to watch this, what now? It's about to be a 6-hour stream. If you don't want to listen to my succulent voice for 6 hours, this is a very good write-up. And it definitely gets the point across faster than 6 hours. So, if you are curious about my thoughts, I would point you to this if you don't want to watch a 6-hour stream. However, if you do watch 6-hour streams, that's 6 hours worth of ad revenue. So maybe watch the video in the background and then read this. But no, great work, Saf. No, it's basically wrapped up my thoughts entirely. I think Cohort Inquisitus has potential. I know that you kind of were right. You were writing it in a good way, but it does seem like you have a little bit of doubts there. And I understand it totally. And maybe I am more hopeful about it because I haven't played games yet, and you have. So Maybe you have something in mind that I don't. So I still want to try it though. I feel like there's something there, you know? It's just like I'm trying to squeeze water out of a brick. I'm turning my light on one sec. Is there Ooh, something happened. Channel Skeleton, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. Is there a new attachment for Astro Militarum for the Kree or Detachment? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I've just been reviewing Admech. I'll use this. Has there Astro Militarum? What did they get? Abhuman. Oh, that's right. Wait, Bridgehead Strike. Wasn't Bridgehead Strike the Aquilons one? Abhuman Auxiliary is the one where you take rattlings and shit. Bridgehead Strike. Isn't that the reroll ones one or whatever? I think it was something else. Designation Force, I have no idea. They did get new ones. Actually, let me read it real quick. What does this do? Oh, Scout Sentinels. Okay. Isn't Bridgehead the really... Yeah, it's the Tempestus one. They turned that to a 1 DP? Really? Oh, Tempestus Scions can battle. I have 3 boxes of Tempestus Scions. I don't particularly like the Guard, but I do like Tempestus Scions. they were gonna be one of my first armies because I got into the game when they still had to start collecting Tempestus Scions box. There you go. There's your answer. What's DP? I guess. So the way the detachments work now is that you have 3 detachment points, and you can combine any number of them as long as the cap is 3. So you can have an army that is all 3 of these detachments, or you can have an army that is one of these and any one of these, or you can have one army that is just one of these. So like your limit is 3. So you can take combined arms and just that, or you can get armored infantry and Abhuman auxiliaries, or Hammer of the Emperor and Designation Force, or Siege Regiment and Bridgehead Strike, or you could just take all 3 of these as an army. Got a rewrite. That's crazy. That was like one of their better detachments, wasn't it? I thought I was praying to God that didn't happen to Halo, because I saw it happen to a couple of them. I think like experimental cadre from Tau that happened to. So I left at like 6 to sleep for work. I can't believe you're still here. I'm the guy in Discord who posted the LED Admech. Oh yeah. Normally people stream for about like 6 hours, right? I feel like I only ever stream for about 4 on average, which is on the lower end of things. Then again, I guess this isn't my part-time. This is like not even my job. A lot of people that stream for 6 or 8 is like their job. So, but we had a lot of viewers today, so thank you guys for showing up. I didn't expect 100 plus. So Canis Rex Allied Knight makes a CP, right? I don't know anything about knights, like 0. I have no idea. Yeah. Good. Well, since we're about to hit the 6-hour mark, I think I'm just gonna call it here, though. I need to get food. I haven't. Oh my god, it's 8 o'clock. Fuck. Yeah. Oh shit. All right. I'm gonna dip, and I don't know, do things. I didn't realize it was 8 o'clock. Holy shit. Okay. All right. So thank you for showing up. Yeah, I started this at 2, didn't I? Holy fuck. Canis is such a regarding CP. Has anyone tried using Inquisitor Kotiaz to gain CP on a +2 when the enemy does? No. Canis is such a tough sell for Admech. Feels like a sponge that gets killed turn 2. Yeah, Canis kind of falls apart pretty quick. At least from other people that I've seen play Canis. Thanks for the info, no worries. Alright. I am gonna go eat. And I don't know, do something. Alright. Thank you all for swinging by. Hopefully 6 hours is enough content to tide you guys over while I finish my move, because like I said, I haven't even started making a script or anything for a video, so it's gonna be a while till one comes out. But I wanted to talk about it. I felt like this format, I kind of like it better for like reviews. Maybe not for like detachment reviews, but like when we get like news like this, I do like talking to you guys rather than just talking to a void and then having a couple comments, because it's more engaging, I guess. But yeah. All right. Have a good night. Ciao. How do I end this? Oh yeah. Bye.